Chapter 23. Within the inn, the black-clothed, old man's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xianxia, who was still eating. Beads of cold sweat were repeatedly emitted from his forehead. His heart repeatedly thought about the strength of that attack from Xianxia earlier, in order to guess Xiaoyan's strength. After a couple of breaths, the black-clothed, old man had also roughly guessed Xiaoyan's strength. Hence, he thought in his heart, looking at the strength of that attack from this person earlier, this person's strength should be between a 7-star and an 8-star dozong. This person's strength is so great and his talent is extraordinary. There is definitely an extremely powerful faction supporting him from behind. Looks like this person is definitely not someone who can be defeated by force. I must try my best to be on good terms with him. Otherwise, if I end up offending a faction that my Wu clan cannot touch, my Wu clan will be finished. This time around, young master has really gotten into big trouble. Once we return, I will definitely ask the clan head to properly discipline him. Suddenly, the black-clothed, old man's body suddenly charged forward. He charged between the green-clothed man and the girl. Before the two of them could react, his hands tightly grabbed their wrists. His body moved and charged out of the inn. Xiaoyan did not move. It was as though he was allowing them to leave. However, just as the three of them were about to enter the staircase, a soft laugh suddenly sounded from the second floor of the inn. One could see that Xiaoyan, who was originally eating the side dishes, had already stood up. His hands were placed behind him as he looked at the three of them with a smile. After which, he softly opened his mouth and said, "The three of you have just arrived. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since I have finished the side dishes on my plate, why don't I treat the three of you to some main dishes?" Xiaoyan's tone was extremely soft when he spoke. It was as though he was really inviting the black-clothed, old man and the two others. However, the black-clothed, old man was suddenly startled when he heard these words. If the side dishes were finished, wouldn't the main dishes be theirs? The black-clothed, old man's feet suddenly quickened. He wanted to leave the inn before Xiaoyan acted. The black-clothed, old man's body had just moved when he instantly stopped. Both of his eyes were shocked as he turned his head to look at Xiaoyan. Just as he was about to descend, the black-clothed, old man was shocked to discover that he was actually unable to move. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was walking toward the three of them one step at a time. In comparison, the black-clothed, old man was clearly in a much better state than the two people beside him. The green-clothed man and the girl beside him had been frightened by Xiaoyan's spiritual pressure until they had lost their consciousness. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had merely fixed the black-clothed, old man on the spot. The black-clothed, old man seemed to be aware of what Xiaoyan was planning to do. Hence, the spiritual strength within his mind wildly surged out and struck the brows of the two people beside him. The man and woman were finally awakened under the desperate situation of the black-costume old man. The moment they were awakened, the black-costume old man swung his arm and threw the two of them out of the window. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the green-clothed man. "First, young master, quickly return to the clan and inform the clan leader of this matter. You must tell the clan leader that the faction behind this person is very strong. We can only do our best to befriend him and must not become enemies with him. Otherwise, the clan will definitely attract a great calamity. Remember." The last words of the black-clothed old man contained a tragic feeling, causing Xiaoyan to feel speechless for a long while. He had offended someone, yet he still felt that he was a hero. At this moment, all of the people on the second floor immediately woke up. At this moment, everyone on the second floor of the inn instantly came to a realization. How was this man seeking his own death? He was clearly an absolute genius. His strength had already reached the dozong class at such a young age. In that case, he would definitely be an absolute expert that would shock the world. He might even become a legend one day. Yet, the Wu clan had not only gone out to curry favor with such a person but also wanted to kill him. This Wu clan was really extremely stupid. Some people repeatedly sighed in their hearts when they thought that such a rare opportunity had been abandoned by them. However, some people also had cold smiles on their faces. This Wu clan had been arrogant and despotic for the past 10 years. Now, there was finally someone who could come and teach them a lesson. The eyes of the green-clothed man suddenly shrunk when he heard this. His body forcefully turned in the air and hugged the girl, whose face was pale with fright. His body landed steadily on the ground, and then he quickly flew back to the clan. Xiaoyan did not even look at the man and woman who had fled. His face was calm as he looked at the black-clothed old man opposite him. When the black-clothed old man saw that Xiaoyan was looking at him, he hurriedly gave Xiaoyan a courteous smile that was uglier than crying. He smiled and said to Xiaoyan, "It is indeed my fault for attacking you just now. Actually, it is only a misunderstanding, My young master is used to sitting in your position. Therefore However, I have already asked him to return to the clan to call the clan leader. The clan leader will personally come and apologize to you. I hope that you will not be angry, all right?" Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this and said, "You are from the Wu clan, right? Previously, there was a person from the Lu clan who helped me. I heard him say that the Wu clan of Qingyang City is incomparably arrogant, despotic, and ruthless. I did not expect that today. It is indeed so." Haha. Xiaoyan coldly looked at the black-clothed old man, causing him to feel as if there was a thorn in his back. He was extremely uncomfortable. However, in the next moment, the black-clothed old man had an idea. He smiled and said to Xiaoyan, "Haha, so it's you. This is really a case of family not recognizing family. The one who helped you is Lu Xiang, right? Haha, to tell you the truth, that kid is my grandson. If I had known about this earlier, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings." Lu Xiang laughed. Xiaoyan slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The faces of everyone in the inn twitched slightly. This old man's skin was too thick. If he was discovered to be impersonating someone from the Lu clan, wouldn't it be over for him? The black-clothed old man naturally knew this in his heart. However, now that he had spoken, how could he take back his words? Moreover, if he did not speak at this moment, what if that fellow Lu Xiang asked him to deal with the Wu clan after helping this person? No matter how strong the Wu clan was, they would definitely not be a match for the other party. Right now, he could only stall for time. If he really could not, he could just wait for the clan leader to arrive and kill him in one fell swoop. As long as he dealt with everyone who knew about this, even if his Wu clan really killed the younger generation of some large faction, so what? When he thought of this, the smile on the black-clothed old man's face became even more resplendent. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, it was incomparably horrifying. How could Xiaoyan not know what the black-clothed old man was thinking? However, Xiaoyan turned his head to look outside the window of the inn. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Xiaoyan looked at the black-clothed old man. He did not attack. All he did was smile. The black-clothed old man appeared to have understood something. He did not say anything about being a member of the Lu clan. Instead, he accompanied Xiaoyan as they stood in the same spot and quietly waited. A while later, a mighty and domineering middle-aged man shot in from outside the window. He appeared beside the black-clothed old man in a flash. When the black-clothed old man explained the relationship between Xiaoyan and the Lu clan, the face of the Wu clan's patriarch changed. He sent a message to the black-clothed old man and then walked towards Xiaoyan with a chuckle. However, when he arrived in front of Xiaoyan, the two of them suddenly attacked Xiaoyan. They wanted to kill Xiaoyan in a single strike. Xiaoyan's expression did not change when he saw this. This caused the black-clothed old man and the black-clothed old man to feel a little uneasy in their hearts. The strength in their hands became even more ferocious as they wildly attacked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, quietly stood in the same spot. Both of his hands were placed behind his back and he did not move. However, just as the attacks of the two were about to land on Xiaoyan's body, a bang was heard. The charging bodies of the Wu clan's patriarch and the black-clothed old man suddenly paused. A somewhat tired figure appeared in front of the two and blocked their attacks. An instant later, this figure staggered 3 steps back while the Wu clan's patriarch and the black-clothed old man only took a small step back. The two of them focused their eyes and coldly laughed. The gazes they used to look at Xiaoyan became even darker and colder. However, Xiaoyan ignored the two of them. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The man also seemed to have sensed something and turned around. A warm smile appeared on his pale face. Xiaoyan's eyes swept around for a moment before he smiled and nodded in response. The fury in the Wu clan head's heart grew when he saw that the two of them actually did not place the two of them in their eyes. He let out an explosive cry and the dou qi in his body circulated rapidly. A glow flashed in his hand and a long sword appeared in it. He pierced the long sword toward the man who had his back facing him. However, the man did not dodge. Instead, he turned around and met the attack with a punch. Sword of heaven and earth. Mountain-shaking fist. The two of them let out an explosive roar at the same time. The sword and fist collided and both of them took a step back. The Wu clan head's body shook and the frightening force on his body was completely removed. On the other hand, the blood in the middle-aged man's body churned and a flush appeared on his pale face. Ha 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 ha. Lu Huabai, you are still not good enough. With your current strength, I advise you to quickly leave. Don't think about forcefully protecting this child. If you leave, the old me guarantees that I will not touch your Lu clan for the next 5 years. Otherwise, the old me can let you off today. However, you cannot blame the old me tomorrow. Therefore, do you think that the clan is more important or an outsider who has no relationship with you is more important? The Wu clan head coldly laughed as he spoke. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at the Lu clan head. The Lu clan head's eyebrows were tightly knit together when he heard this. His somewhat flushed face revealed a conflicted expression. Logically speaking, there was indeed no relationship between him and Xiaoyan. In fact, the two of them had only just met. However, he was indebted to Xiaoyan. Even though it was indirect, Xiaoyan had still helped him greatly. However, what about his clan? What about his clan? After thinking about it, the Lu clan head finally decided to protect Xiaoyan. After all, as long as he could protect Xiaoyan, it would mean that the Lu clan was already on good terms with him. With Xiaoyan's talent, he would definitely be valued by some large forces. As long as the clan could hold on until then, not to mention the Wu clan in this small Qingyang city, even a clan 10 times stronger than the Wu clan would have to give some face to the Lu clan. The originally hesitant expression of the head of the Lu clan immediately became firm when he thought of this. He stood in front of Xiaoyan and blocked the head of the Wu clan, who was about to attack Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes, which were as calm as an old well, revealed an expression of admiration when he saw this. He nodded in a manner that was undetectable and continued to watch. The head of the Wu clan looked at the head of the Lu clan, who had a resolute expression on his face. Both of their faces instantly darkened. Their hands slowly clenched into fists, and they looked like they were about to attack. This caused the head of the Lu clan's face to instantly turn grave. However, in the next moment, the Wu clan head suddenly laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Good for you, Lu Huabai. Good for you, Lu clan. Just wait for my Wu clan's anger. I originally wanted to give you some time to breathe, but since your Lu clan doesn't want it, then don't blame this old man. Wash your necks tonight and wait for my Wu clan's bombardment tomorrow. The Wu clan head roared furiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wu clan head and Lu Huabai left the inn and headed back to their clans to prepare for the battle tomorrow. Lu Huabai waited until the Wu clan head and Lu Huabai disappeared from sight before turning to look at Xiaoyan. Seeing Xiaoyan's indifferent expression, Lu Huabai's eyes narrowed slightly before he opened his mouth to ask Xiaoyan. What plans do you have? If you don't have any, I would like to invite you to my humble abode as a guest for a night to prevent that old ghost from the Wu clan from attacking you in the middle of the night. I wonder if you can agree to my proposal? Xiaoyan looked at Lu Huabai and revealed a smile. He nodded and said, Then I'll have to bother you. Lu Huabai hurriedly waved his hand in denial and left the inn with Xiaoyan with a smile on his face. As soon as he left the inn, Xiaoyan saw Lu Xiang, who had previously led the way for him. Seeing Lu Xiang's respectful expression, Xiaoyan slightly frowned. After talking for a long time, Lu Xiang once again returned to his appearance of leading the way for Xiaoyan. He chatted and laughed with Xiaoyan, leaving the Lu clan head to the side in the cold. This caused the Lu clan head to feel rather helpless. He could only follow the two and watch as Xiaoyan and Lu Xiang walked towards the Lu clan's residence together. This editor needs encouragement. This editor's speed is increasing. I beg my fellow readers to give me some effort. Chapter 24. Qingyang City. Lu Family Mansion. There were over 10 people in a large hall. A pale-faced, somewhat weak human figure was seated on a wooden chair in the middle of the large hall. Lu Huabai looked at Xiaoyan who was seated below and opened his mouth to ask with a smile. Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? May I know where fellow Xiaoyan lives? Hearing this, Xiaoyan naturally knew that the other party wanted to understand the value of his bet. Otherwise, how would he explain it to his family? After all, he, Lu Huabai, had used his own family as a bet to protect Xiaoyan. However, if he failed in the end, the price was not something he could bear. Even if he lost his entire family, he would not be able to make up for his mistake. Xiaoyan did not immediately answer. Instead, he first glanced at everyone in the hall. Most of these people were elders and outstanding juniors of the Lu family. They had all heard about the upcoming war between the two families, and it was all because of this outsider called Xiaoyan. They could roughly guess the reason why the patriarch used the entire family to protect Xiaoyan. Thus, there was a trace of expectation on their faces. Xiaoyan swept his gaze over them once, then faced Lu Huabai and replied with a smile, "I'm just a rogue cultivator. I only have my current strength because I encountered some opportunities. I don't have an exact place to stay." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall immediately became restless. The reason why they were able to quietly wait here was because Xiaoyan had an affirmation of the power behind him. However, looking at it now, this brat simply had nothing. He had always been putting on an act. Even Lu Huabai, the patriarch's face slightly changed when he heard this, but in the next moment, he stabilized again. This was because he saw the faint confident smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. This kind of calm and confident smile in the face of danger was not the first time he had seen it. Moreover, Lu Huabai felt that there seemed to be some meaning in this smile that he could not see clearly. That was the real reason why he dared to use his family as a bet. Previously, when he was facing the Wu family head and Lu Huabai at the inn, he had this kind of smile. However, at this moment, he was still so calm and collected. This was definitely not putting on an act. This child was definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking up to here, Lu Huabai's heart calmed down. His wide palm fiercely slammed on the table made of good cedar wood. Wood shavings flew in all directions, and a loud sound spread throughout the hall. The noisy hall instantly became silent. Everyone glared at Xiaoyan, but they did not dare to make a sound. Lu Huabai looked at the silent crowd, and an imposing aura that came from a superior suddenly rose, causing the minds of everyone below to shake. Their gazes could not help but gather towards Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai looked at the crowd that was looking at him, then deeply looked at Xiaoyan who was sitting below, and finally opened his mouth to speak. "Although fellow Xiaoyan is alone, he has done me a great favor. Right now, the Wu family wholeheartedly wants to annex my Lu family, and fellow Xiaoyan is also an enemy of the Wu family. How can my Lu family sit by and do nothing? Moreover, even if the Wu family really does not touch my Lu family within 5 years, can my Lu family really raise its strength to the point where it can contend against the Wu family within 5 years? Therefore, I have decided to join hands with fellow Xiaoyan to fight against the Wu family. If we win, my Lu family will exist in this Azure Sun City forever. If we lose, I will also make the Wu family suffer great losses and be unable to establish itself in this Azure Sun City. I wonder if the men of my Lu family dare to fight against the Wu family with me, destroy the Wu family, and restore the glory of my Lu family." The more Lu Huabai spoke, the more excited he became. He even began to roar. Once his impassioned words left his mouth, everyone in the hall shouted in unison, "Senior brother Lu Huabai! Fight! Fight! Fight!" This also caused Xiaoyan to quietly sigh and nod his head. When Lu Huabai saw Xiaoyan repeatedly nod his head, Lu Huabai's eyes hardened slightly. This kind of attitude of looking at things was like the feeling of an old senior praising a junior. This caused Lu Huabai's heart to involuntarily be shocked. Could it be that this Xiaoyan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years? In this world, there were always some old seniors who liked to use some secret techniques to return to their youthful appearance. This way, they would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in a crowd, causing everyone to be angry and helpless. Now that Lu Huabai suddenly thought of this, and combined all the previous actions of Xiaoyan, Lu Huabai's heart became even more excited. If Xiaoyan was really a senior who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, then the matter of him using the strength of his family to protect Xiaoyan would definitely cause him to have a good impression of his Lu family. At that time, it would be the time for his Lu family to rise. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a door being broken rang out. 5 white-robed and white-haired old men walked into the main hall. Immediately, everyone in the main hall made way for them. The 5 of them walked up to Lu Huabai. A faint light shot out from the eyes of the leading old man as he looked at Lu Huabai and said, "Family head, I don't think so." "Family head, I don't think that's possible. As long as the Wu clan allows our Lu clan to recuperate for 5 years, family head's strength may not necessarily be unable to increase. Furthermore, family head has already recovered. 5 years later, our Lu clan will definitely be able to stand tall in Qingyang City. However, Family head wants to gamble with the clan for a completely unknown junior. Family head, you're really gambling. The expressions of everyone in the main hall changed when they heard this. Their eyes carried a dense suspicion as they looked at Lu Huabai. The old man also narrowed his eyes. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Lu Huabai. However, Lu Huabai ignored them when he heard this. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyan, who had been seated with a calm face. Xiaoyan smiled when he saw Lu Huabai looking at him. He stood up and looked at the 5 old men. He faintly said, "Family head Lu, these 5 people are the elders of your Lu family, right?" Lu Huabai frowned slightly when he heard this. However, he still nodded and acknowledged it. He opened his mouth and spoke to Xiaoyan. "The one in the middle is the first elder of my Lu family. His strength has reached the peak of a 7-star Do Zong. He is the strongest person in my Lu family other than me. The other 4 are also elders of my Lu family. Their strengths are not ordinary and they are all elite Do Zongs. They are the cornerstones of my Lu family." Unfortunately, Lu Huabai originally became increasingly excited the more he spoke. However, he still carried some desolation as he lowered his voice in the end. Xiaoyan was unconcerned when he heard this. He looked at the 5 elders. One of them coldly snorted when he saw Xiaoyan's gaze. He opened his mouth and mocked. "Where did this ignorant junior come from? The old me advises you to leave my Lu family as soon as possible. Do not create any more trouble for my Lu family. Otherwise, the old me will immediately kill you on the spot." Humph. When he finished speaking, this elder's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he looked at Lu Huabai, who was seated in the leader's seat. Xiaoyan saw all of this in his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an icy arc suddenly. Xiaoyan mocked Lu Huabai. "Family head Lu, these few elders of your Lu family seem to be very dissatisfied with you. In that case, I will help you discipline them." Xiaoyan's words were said in an incomparably calm manner. However, Lu Huabai's ears were like thunder from the 9 heavens. His heart was incomparably shocked. Just as he was about to act, he saw the few elders roaring with laughter. His expression changed slightly and Lu Huabai could not help but curse quietly in his heart. "These few old fellows who will not die. They are already like this and they still can't see clearly. If this Xiaoyan was really an ordinary person, would I still be so friendly with him? What a group of stupid pigs." Bang! Lu Huabai's words had just sounded when the laughter of the 5 elders suddenly disappeared. Replacing it was a loud bang that resounded throughout the large hall. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had merely waved his sleeves and the 5 top experts in Qingyang City were sent flying. They violently collided with the pillars in the large hall. This sudden scene immediately caused everyone in the Lu family to come to a realization. This young man, who appeared to be similar in age to them, was actually an extremely strong person. His strength was at least above that of a Do Zun. Lu Huabai, on the other hand, was both shocked and helpless as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had already expected that Xiaoyan was not an ordinary person. However, he did not expect Xiaoyan to be this strong. Fortunately, he did not provoke him like these few old fellows. Otherwise, it was likely that the Lu family would be destroyed today. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the 5 elders of the Lu family. He let out a cold snort. A thought passed through his heart and he bound the 5 elders of the Lu family in the air. His hand was extended and a claw was about to grab them. "Elder, please wait." Lu Huabai's heart tightened when he saw that Xiaoyan was about to kill the 5 elders of his family. He hurriedly cried out to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he heard this. After which, he let out a cold snort. The 5 elders of the Lu family were thrown out of the large hall by Xiaoyan like broken sacks. Lu Huabai also sighed in relief. He stood up, looked at Xiaoyan, bowed and said, "Elder, thank you for your kindness of not killing them. Junior will definitely punish them according to the family rules." When Lu Huabai spoke, there was not the slightest trace of sloppiness. Moreover, he called for people to carry the 5 elders into the family's prison to await Lu Huabai's punishment. When Lu Huabai sent people to carry the 5 elders away, he especially angrily told the servants to move faster. He said that he did not want them to be stained by Elder Xiaoyan's eyes. However, when everyone heard this, they all curled their lips and did not say anything. This also caused Lu Huabai, the family head of the Lu family, to slightly blush. However, for the safety of the 5 elders, Lu Huabai endured it with a red face. I wonder if Elder is satisfied with Junior's actions? If you are dissatisfied, Junior will immediately call the servants to carry them back and let Elder punish them as you wish. When Lu Huabai saw that Xiaoyan still had an expressionless face, he bowed to Xiaoyan and asked, "It's fine. I only hope that family head Lu can properly manage the family in the future and not cause trouble for your family. I hope that today's matter will not happen again in the future. Otherwise, I believe that family head Lu knows the consequences in his heart. At that time, it may not be like today." Xiaoyan's words were very flat, but Lu Huabai's heart could not help but tremble. Xiaoyan was right. Being able to let the 5 elders of the Lu family go like this already showed that Xiaoyan was magnanimous enough. If it was someone else, perhaps the entire Lu family would already be finished. When Lu Huabai thought of this, he cursed angrily in his heart. In the end, he still sighed slightly and muttered, "Looks like it's time to tidy up the family." Although his voice was not loud, who wasn't a person with strength here? This little bit of sound was already enough for them. After hearing these words, everyone in the hall started to stir. A family storm was already unavoidable. Xiaoyan did not pay attention to the changes on everyone's faces. He turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. Seeing this, Lu Huabai also hurriedly followed to Xiaoyan's side, wanting to lead the way. However, Xiaoyan did not seem to have any intention of letting Lu Huabai lead the way. He minded his own business and walked forward, as if he was strolling in the Lu mansion. However, Lu Huabai's heart could not help but tremble slightly. The direction that Xiaoyan was walking in was his bedroom. Could it be that Xiaoyan? This caused Lu Huabai to be somewhat angry. "Even if you are a senior and expert and do not put my small family in your eyes, but I am still the head of a family. You actually did such an action." Even Lu Huabai could not bear to continue watching at this moment. If it was not for the fact that he still did not know Xiaoyan's ultimate goal, Lu Huabai would have already fought with his life on the line with Xiaoyan. Bang! Xiaoyan waved his sleeve, and the tightly shut door of Lu Huabai's room was blasted open by an invisible force, revealing a few pieces of furniture and a bed. Xiaoyan took the lead to enter, and Lu Huabai followed closely with a gloomy face. The moment Lu Huabai entered, the wooden door, which was also made of fine Nanmu wood, closed with a loud bang, locking the two of them inside. Lu Huabai's face slightly changed as he looked at Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan sat at the side of the tea table and did not even look at Lu Huabai. He filled the jade teacup on the table with tea and took a small sip. Only then did he open his mouth to speak to the gloomy Lu Huabai. "Just now, I saw that your aura was unstable and your blood was unstable. There are hidden injuries in your body, and Lu Xiang has already found the medicinal ingredients for you. I presume that the alchemist in your family is not skilled enough and is unable to help you completely eliminate the sequelae in your body, right?" Hearing this, Lu Huabai was startled at first. Then, he looked at Xiaoyan with a sigh and nodded in agreement. Xiaoyan nodded slightly then said, "For Lu Xiang's sake, go over, sit on the bed, and take off your clothes. I'll directly help you eliminate the hidden dangers in your body." Hearing this, Lu Huabai hurriedly did as he was told. Xiaoyan smiled slightly, then walked over to help him treat his injuries. I hope that everyone will like it. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the comments. I will correct them. Then, it's the recommendation ticket. Please. Thank you. Chapter 25. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength surged out from between his brows and entered Lu Huabai's body to investigate. In merely a moment, Xiaoyan had already clearly understood the condition of the sequelae in Lu Huabai's body. The sequelae in Lu Huabai's body had existed for over 10 years. After years of accumulation, it was no longer something that a clan like Lu Huabai could easily remove. If it was 3 years ago, with the wealth of the Lu clan, the sequelae in Lu Huabai's body would have been completely healed if they were willing to spend a large amount of money. Unfortunately, the internal discord within the Lu clan caused the sequelae in Lu Huabai's body to be difficult to remove. Moreover, it had quietly become increasingly intense. If Xiaoyan had not coincidentally arrived, it was likely that Lu Huabai's internal injuries would flare up and cause him to die in less than 2 years. Xiaoyan explained to Lu Huabai while sensing the hidden injuries in Lu Huabai's body. A moment later, however, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. After which, He extended his hand and took out a medicinal pill from empty space for Lu Huabai to consume. Lu Huabai completely did not notice the tear of the medicinal pill. His face was dull as he looked at Xiaoyan's hand that randomly tore through empty space. Only when an incomparably enormous medicinal strength was suddenly transmitted from his body did Lu Huabai suddenly wake up. He hurriedly raised the dou qi in his body and began to refine it. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He still had an indifferent manner as he sat by the side of the tea table and drank his tea. However, the slight frown between his brows revealed the thread of impatience in Xiaoyan's heart. However, he did not say anything and continued to quietly wait. Night. Qingyang City. Wu Clan Mansion. Bang! The head of the Wu clan, Wu Bai, violently slammed his large hand on the table, causing the entire table, which was made of cedar wood, to be forcefully smashed into pieces. Both of Wu Bai's eyes were filled with an endless killing intent. Waves of aura that belonged to an expert at the peak of the Do Zone class surged out from his body, causing everyone in the clan's discussion hall to emit a muffled snort from their mouths and noses. One after another, they withdrew from the large hall, leaving only Wu Bai alone in the large hall as he roared furiously. Humph! What a Lu clan! What a Lu Huabai! You actually dare to clash with the old me head-on. Good. Since you, Lu Huabai, feel that the Lu clan has existed for a long time, the old me will help you stop here. Humph! Men! Wu Bai's face was filled with ferocity as he roared toward the outside of the hall. In the next moment, a family guard immediately ran in. Wu Bai opened his mouth and roared again. Let's go and see if the Grand Elder has come out of his seclusion. He said that he would come out today. As long as he comes out, it will be the day the Lu clan will be exterminated. Hee hee, there's no need for Patriarch to worry. This old man has already come out. I just don't know when Patriarch plans to exterminate the Lu clan. As soon as Wu Bai finished speaking, an old man in hemp clothes appeared at the entrance of the hall. The old man in hemp clothes naturally already knew about what happened during the day. However, he was still quite familiar with the character of his clan leader. Since Wu Bai said that he would take action the next day, he would definitely not let the other party live until the next morning. That was why he asked this question at this moment. Hearing this, Wu Bai smiled as he looked at the hemp-robed old man who was slowly walking into the hall. He then said, since the Grand Elder has come out of his seclusion, now is the best time to exterminate the Lu clan. Hearing this, the hemp-robed old man revealed a sinister smile. The two of them did not discuss further and walked out of the hall. Amidst a flurry of footsteps, all the elite disciples of the Wu clan had gathered. They were only waiting for Wu Bai's order to kill the Lu clan. Naturally, the Wu clan's big movements could not escape the Lu clan's investigation. Furthermore, the Wu clan's victory was already in their hands, so there was no need for them to be sneaky. They all walked with large strides, their voices shaking the heavens. The entire Qingyang city became slightly noisy. Everyone was debating the final outcome of the battle between the Wu clan and the Lu clan. Some people hoped that the Lu clan would be able to obtain the final victory. This was because the Lu clan's way of doing things was truly acknowledged by the people of Qingyang City. However, there were even more people who could only sigh. Although the Lu clan was good, the clan's fate was already exhausted. The destruction of the clan was already inevitable. Even if the Lu clan could escape, they could only live a life of homeless dogs forever. How could they rise again? Lu clan. What was different was that the current Lu clan was calm and peaceful. Everyone did not feel the slightest bit of nervousness towards the upcoming big battle. It was as though all of this had nothing to do with them as they each did their own thing. They naturally knew that the Wu clan was about to attack the Lu clan. However, the clan had Xiaoyan, a senior whose strength was exceedingly high. Even if the Wu clan sent out all their forces, what could they do? They would still return in defeat. It was even possible that all of them would die in the Lu clan. However, although they thought like that, Lu Huabai did not think like that. Lu Huabai looked at the lazy members of the Lu clan, and a hint of worry appeared on his face. How could the rise and fall of the Lu clan be completely entrusted to a senior that he had just met for less than a day? Moreover, the reason why Xiaoyan was able to stay in the Lu clan was all because of the trace of good impression that Xiaoyan had towards Lu Xiang. How the Lu clan ended up was none of his business. Therefore, in order to motivate the members of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai had no choice but to fabricate the story that Xiaoyan would not care about the matters of the Lu clan. When everyone heard that, their hearts were shocked and some of them became restless. However, at this moment, the sounds of war resounded outside the Lu clan. The members of the Lu clan woke up at this moment, but it was already too late. The big battle had already arrived. Lu Huabai frowned as he looked outside the Lu estate. There were two auras that made him feel extremely fearful. Compared to Xiao Yan's aura that was so calm that it was hard to detect, these two auras caused his entire body to be filled with an ice-cold chill. When the people of the Lu family also felt the two powerful auras, they were so frightened that their faces became deathly pale. Their faces became ashen, and even the minimum fighting spirit of a cultivator disappeared without a trace. In front of absolute power, they ultimately chose to retreat. That kind of power was not something they could contend against. That kind of power was really too strong. Even if the patriarch, first elder, and the other 5 people worked together, they would definitely not be a match for it. Unless Xiao Yan made a move. However, right now, Xiao Yan had already clearly told them that he would not make a move. So, there was no need to fight this battle anymore. Seeing that the faces of the people of the Lu family were ashen, Lu Huabai's thoughts quickly spun. Finally, he thought of a way. He shouted to the people of the Lu family, "Could it be that all of you are so willing to admit defeat? Your defeat will only cause the little bit of goodwill that Senior Xiao Yan has for our Lu family to completely disappear. If you don't have the courage to fight, how can you exchange it for Senior Xiao Yan's favor and help? How can a family without strength and courage obtain the support of Senior? Come, bring out your courage and let Senior Xiao Yan see our value. Fight. Use our blood to exchange for the glory of our Lu family for eternity. Everyone, rise. Charge. Kill those bastards of the Wu family." The more Lu Huabai spoke, the more agitated he became. In the end, he even seemed to be roaring at the crowd. Many of the cultivators of the Lu family were also affected. They all raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Fight! Defeat those bastards of the Wu family. Let them see that our Lu family does not produce cowards. Kill them all. Fight! Fight! For the glory of our family. Fight!" In an instant, everyone in the Lu family became excited by the illusory glory of the future. They began to circulate the dou qi within their bodies. Numerous bright lights accompanied by colorful dou qi soared to the sky. The moment their auras rose, everyone in the Lu family mansion, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, had dou qi wildly surging out of their bodies, forming numerous colorful light curtains that covered the entire Lu family. Even the 5 elders who were resting after being injured by Xiao Yan earlier began to emit an aura that belonged to an elite dou zone. They forcefully supported their bodies and walked toward the main door of the Lu family mansion. Xiao Yan, who was in the guest room, also lifted the corner of his mouth at this moment. He muttered to himself, "This Lu family is not that bad. Perhaps it is really worthy of my help." At this moment, outside the Lu family's residence, a large group of cultivators wearing black robes with black cloth covering their faces had surrounded the entire Lu family's residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone's faces were filled with nervousness and excitement as they looked at the Lu family's entrance. They had already heard from the waves of roars that came from within the Lu family's residence that the Lu family was really going to fight with the entire family this time. As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Currently, although the Wu family seemed to have a complete advantage, since the Lu family dared to make such a ruckus a few minutes before the big battle, it meant that they had something they did not know about. Since this was the case, they needed to be extremely careful. However, this was only for the ordinary people of the Wu family. For the hemp-clothed old man, as long as the opponent was not someone of the same level as him, he had full confidence that he could take down the Lu family. Therefore, he scoffed at the Lu family's reaction and ignored it. Following the creaking sound of the door opening, the main door of the Lu family's residence slowly opened. Hundreds of figures filed out from the door. All of them held weapons and looked at the people from the Wu family covetously. Lu Huabai scanned the people that the Wu family had brought with them from afar. The total number of people that the Wu family had brought with them was probably much more than the Lu families. This caused Lu Huabai's heart to sink slightly. With this additional number of people, in addition to the 2 auras that made him feel extremely fearful, it was likely that the Lu family would not be able to survive today without Xiao Yan's help. As for whether Xiao Yan would actually help, it was still unknown. Lu Huabai could not help but sigh in his heart. Just as Lu Huabai was about to step out of the door, an arm was suddenly placed on his left shoulder. When he turned his head to take a look, He saw that it was the first elder who had come to fight despite his injuries. Looking at his pale face, it was likely that he would not be able to fight. Just as Lu Huabai was about to persuade him to return, the first elder suddenly said, "Family head, there is no need. No matter what, this old man is still a member of the Lu clan. Even if I am injured, I must fight for the clan." After today's matter, this old man has understood that what that elder said is right. This old man has too much authority. How can a clan be arrogant? Those ancient aristocratic families use humility as the foundation for the continuation of the clan. My Lu clan is just a small border clan. What qualifications does it have to be arrogant? If my Lu clan can survive today, this old man will no longer meddle in the affairs of other clans. Everything will be up to the clan head. The first elder's words were incomparably sincere, causing Lu Huabai to be unable to bear to refute. Additionally, the first elder was currently seriously injured. Hence, Lu Huabai could only nod his head and agree. After which, the two of them looked at the head of the Wu clan, Wu Bai, and the linen-clothed old man. The first elder's eyes had just met the eyes of the linen-clothed old man when his eyes suddenly shrunk. His mouth was widened and a shocked expression surfaced on his face. It was a long while later before he spat out a couple of words. You are not dead." A cruel smile surfaced on the linen-clothed old man's face. He smiled and opened his mouth to speak to the first elder of the Lu clan. "How is it? Are you very excited to see the old man?" "That's right. The old man is not dead. Not only am I not dead, the old man has also obtained the strength of a Do Zun. How is it? Are you happy to hear this good news?" Ha ha ha. The hearts of the first elder and everyone from the Lu clan shook when they heard this. Their eyes suddenly shrunk and their faces were shocked as they looked at the linen-clothed old man. The class of Do Zun. That was an ultimate existence that would not appear in this Qingyang city for 100 years. Once a Do Zun appeared, what could their Lu clan be considered? You have become an elite Do Zun? Then why are you still in this Qingyang city? Shouldn't you have been brought away by the people above? The first elder's body shook when he heard this. After which, he asked the linen-clothed old man in disbelief, "Please recommend me. This editor needs all of your encouragement and support. I beg all of you book friends. All of you are the motivation for this editor to move forward. All of you see that this editor is currently so busy every day. Consider it a reward for this editor. Come on. Please recommend me." Chapter 26. The hemp-clothed old man let out a cold snort when he heard this. He faced the first elder of the Lu clan and said, "The old me is naturally aware of the rules. Once one's strength has reached a certain level, one will have to leave sooner or later. However, the old me has only just broken through. Don't tell me that the old me is not allowed to rest at home for a night and leave tomorrow? Hee hee. Lu Xianxia, on the other hand, your strength has only improved so little after so many years. You have really surprised me. Ha 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 ha. Where is that genius from back then? Where is that absolute genius from back then? From the looks of it now, he is merely a... Ha ha ha." The words of the hemp-clothed old man contained a mocking tone, causing the first elder of the Lu clan to be so angry that his entire body trembled. If his body was not seriously injured at this moment, it was likely that he would have long since charged forward and fought with the hemp-clothed old man. At this moment, Lu Huabai appeared to have recalled something. Earlier, he had only found the hemp-clothed old man a little familiar. When he recalled this, his face, which had recovered some redness, immediately became a little paler. It was only a long while later that he spoke with a somewhat trembling voice. You are the previous generation first elder of the Wu clan Wu Kuei." The expressions of everyone in the Lu clan drastically changed when they heard this. Wu Kuei. This was a name that everyone in the Lu clan felt fear in their hearts. When Wu Kuei was young, his strength was not great. He was even a little weaker than some people from other clans. However, Wu Kuei had great perseverance. Although his strength was weaker than others, his strength could barely be considered as strong if he focused on training. However, after his strength had reached the Doling class, he had suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. At that time, no one had paid attention to him. From their point of view, he was merely a small Doling and would definitely have died somewhere. However, after he had disappeared for a couple of months, the Lu clan suddenly discovered that their clan members were decreasing. All of them had strangely died for no reason. Moreover, the strength of those who died was increasing. Some of them had even reached the Do Wang class. This caused the members of the Lu clan to begin to panic. A 3-star Do Wang was not frightening. What was frightening was that he also knew assassination techniques. Even a Do Huang would have difficulty dealing with him. In the end, even the current first elder of the Lu clan had been assassinated by him. Although the final outcome was still a failure, the first elder, whose reputation was rising at that time, had also been destroyed by Wu Kuei. He had become a cripple of the Lu clan and had once become the greatest laughingstock of the Lu clan for the past 100 years. This also caused the Lu clan to be furious. On one hand, they sent out the true experts of the Lu clan to chase after Wu Kuei. On the other hand, they found trouble with the Wu clan in hopes of redeeming themselves a little. However, in the end, it still ended in failure. Although the Lu clan had told the first elder at that time that Wu Kuei had fallen off the cliff and died, everyone knew that this was just a perfunctory matter. As expected, Wu Kuei did not die. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also risen to another level. He was even stronger than the first elder of the Lu clan. Lu Huabai saw the trace of desolation in the eyes of the members of his clan and suddenly cried out, "For the sake of our Lu clans tomorrow, charge forward. Kill all these bastards of the Wu clan." Before his voice sounded, he took the lead and charged forward. Everyone saw the clan leader's desperate stance and recalled Xianxia, who was still in the Lu clan's mansion. A wild fighting intent rose in their hearts. They waved the sharp blades in their hands and Do Qi surged wildly. In an instant, they slashed at the members of the Wu clan. Lu Huabai, the first elder, and the rest charged toward the head of the Wu clan, Wu Bai, and the hemp-clothed old man. This sudden charge caused the members of the Wu clan to be utterly defeated at the beginning. Although the fighting intent of the members of the Lu clan had already erupted and all of them appeared to be fighting with their lives on the line when they charged, the Wu clan had the advantage of having a large number of people. Not long later, the Lu clan was suppressed by the human wave tactic of the Wu clan. From the looks of it, the Lu clan would definitely be completely annihilated soon. However, the surprising thing was that there was still a spot in the battleground that the members of the Lu clan were firmly holding back. Regardless of how the Wu clan attacked, they were still forcefully pushed back by the members of the Lu clan. Xiaoyan took a look and realized that it was the people that Lu Xiang had led. Lu Xiang had gone all out in order to use the full strength of his clan to invite Xiaoyan. This caused the Grand Elder of the Wu clan to frown slightly when he saw this. Immediately, he let out a cold snort and tossed the experts from the Lu clan, who were being beaten until they were continuously forced back by the members of the Wu clan. His body moved and he charged toward the spot where Lu Xiang was located. In the Lu clan residence, Xiaoyan sensed the battle outside the Lu clan residence, as well as Wu Kuei, who was charging towards Lu Xiang. He let out a cold laugh and began to stroll around the courtyard of the Lu clan residence. Looking at a few fish fighting for fish food in the pond, Xiaoyan casually picked up a stone beside him and threw it at the head of the largest fish. Before the stone landed, the fish quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, the hemp-clothed elder Wu Kuei, who was outside the Lu clan residence, also paused for a moment. His pupils abruptly shrunk, and his entire body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A bone-chilling feeling surged out from the depths of his soul. His body also abruptly retreated dozens of feet before he came to a stop. His body bowed forward, cupped his hands together, and said in a trembling voice, "May I know which senior played such a joke on this junior? I hope that senior can stand aside and watch. Please wait for this junior to settle this matter before I ask senior for forgiveness. This junior thanks senior in advance." Wu Kuei was extremely careful when he spoke, as if he was afraid of angering this mysterious senior. When the others saw Wu Kuei's strange actions, they were also slightly stunned. Immediately, all the members of the Lu clan turned their heads to look inside the Lu clan residence with faces full of excitement. Xiaoyan's figure did not appear in their line of sight, but his words drifted out from the Lu clan residence. Xiaoyan's words, which sounded like a joke, caused the expressions of the members of the Wu clan to change drastically. "Since all of you have come to kill me, then I won't be polite. Originally, I was in a good mood recently and didn't want to make a move, but you didn't let me relax at all. Since that's the case, then don't blame me." After finishing his words, Xiaoyan turned his body slightly and appeared at the entrance of the Lu clan residence. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes as he looked at Wu Kuei. His gaze caused Wu Kuei's body to tremble violently. He quickly descended from the sky and trotted to Xiaoyan. Then, He cupped his hands and bowed to Xiaoyan. Junior Wu Kuei greets Senior. Today's matter is due to the ignorance of the younger generation of the Wu clan, which disturbed Senior's rest. I hope Senior will forgive us. Junior will tell them to scram back. After finishing his words, he quickly turned to the members of the Wu clan and shouted angrily. All of you, scram back home. A bunch of ignorant fools. How dare you disturb Senior's rest? Are you tired of living? Scram. All of you, scram back to your clans. No one is allowed to take half a step out of the clan for a month. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Scram. Scram. All of you scram. Scram. After shouting, Wu Kuei turned around and looked at Xiaoyan. However, he saw that Xiaoyan's clear eyes were still without any ripples. Xiaoyan's face was cold as he looked at him. Wu Kuei's expression changed. He was just about to turn around and continue scolding when Xiaoyan waved his hand and opened his mouth indifferently. There is no need for you to put on a show for me to see. Everyone from your Wu clan who has come today will definitely die. Moreover, you even want to kill the person that I have taken a fancy to. You are really bold. Therefore, since you have come, stay behind. Xiaoyan's words were incomparably calm. However, it caused Wu Kuei's expression to change drastically. His body moved and he suddenly rushed toward the horizon, attempting to flee this place. How could Xiaoyan, a dignified bandit, allow a small dozun to escape from under his eyes? He slowly raised his hand and gently slammed it down. Wu Kuei, who was swiftly fleeing, emitted a bang and fell to the ground as though he had suffered a heavy blow. Finally, his body emitted a bang as it smashed onto the ground, lifting waves of dust. Once the dust scattered, everyone saw that Wu Kuei's entire body was dripping with blood. He lay on the ground without any aura. Wave after wave of fresh blood spurted out from the wounds on his body, dyeing a large area of the ground red. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Wu Kuei's corpse. Even the expressions of those members of the Wu clan who were rolling on the ground paused. After which, they began to flee in a crazy manner. Even the upper echelons of the Wu clan were the same. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at all the members of the Wu clan. He once again raised his hand and clenched it tightly. One could see that those members of the Wu clan did not even have the time to emit a miserable cry when they turned into a bloody fog in an instant. It slowly drifted in the air, emitting a dense bloody scent that caused one to want to vomit. Everyone from the Lu clan faced each other. Such tactics, such a character, and such a ruthless and merciless attack. This elder was indeed extraordinary. If the Lu clan could befriend him, it was likely that it would not be difficult for them to unify the southwestern border in the future. Everyone threw gazes of admiration toward Xiaoyan as they thought of this. Some of them had even knelt on both knees. They were waiting for this elder Xiaoyan to choose a disciple. Xiaoyan merely glanced at them before turning his head to look at Lu Xiang. He nodded gently and gestured for Lu Xiang to come over. Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Xiang, who was standing in front of him, whose body was covered with someone's blood. You are an alchemist, right? Lu Xiang's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. He replied to Xiaoyan. Elder, I am indeed an alchemist. Unfortunately, I lack experience and have no one to teach me. Therefore, my alchemy skills have always remained at the level of a fourth-grade alchemist. Elder, please don't laugh at me. Xiaoyan nodded slightly and looked at Lu Xiang with a hint of approval in his eyes. He stretched his right hand into the air and a scroll appeared in his hand. Xiaoyan casually tossed it to Lu Xiang and continued. This is the lifetime experience of an 8th-grade alchemist Grand Master. If you have time you can learn it. It should be of some help to your future growth and progress as an alchemist. Lu Xiang's body nearly collapsed. A Tier 8 alchemist guru. That was in existence at the peak of the alchemist class. Yet, Xiaoyan had carelessly tossed it to someone else. If some low-tier alchemist were to learn of this, it was likely that they would immediately run over and do everything they could to exchange it with Xiaoyan. Lu Xiang was also stunned for a moment. Only then did his throat move as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was filled with excitement as he looked at the scroll in his hand. His knees bent as he knelt down toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, he spat out a sentence from his mouth. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness in bestowing me with good fortune. I am eternally grateful. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. As he spoke, Lu Xiang was about to kneel on the ground. However, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and a gentle force supported Lu Xiang's body, which was about to kneel on the ground. I gave you the experience of a level 8 alchemy grandmaster to help you practice, not because I want you to thank me, but because I think you have a good character, a solid cultivation and courage. As for you wanting to worship me as your teacher, you are not qualified. To be honest, when I was your age, I was much better than you. If you really want to worship me as your teacher, you'd better reach the level of an alchemy grandmaster first. At least you should reach the level of an alchemy grandmaster. Only an alchemist like the one who compiled this scroll can be your disciple. As soon as Xiao Yan's words came out, even Lu Xiang, a 4th-grade alchemist, twitched his face violently. An 8th-grade alchemist grandmaster only deserved to be his disciple. How powerful was his master? This was unimaginable. Lu Xiang's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard these words, and his body trembled suddenly. He lowered his head slightly and stopped talking. Sorry, this editor is even slower. I'm really sorry to all my readers, but today, there is one more thing that can accompany you. The animation of Battle Through the Heavens is out. Let's have a look. It's not bad. Of course, recommendation tickets are still very important. Thank you. Chapter 27. Qingyang City, Lu Residence Main Hall. At this moment, there were only a few people in the main hall, and Lu Xiang was among them. The seating arrangement in the main hall was completely different from before. The main seat had been changed from 1 to 2. Lu Huabai and Xiao Yan sat together, while the great elder Lu Xinqing and the others sat on the seats on both sides of the main hall. Although their seats were a little far, the elders still had smiles on their faces. Behind the great elder stood Lu Xiang. At this moment, Lu Xiang was also looking at Xiao Yan with a look of worship. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. Lu Huabai first smiled at Xiao Yan, then stood up in front of everyone and took a step forward to face Xiao Yan. The moment he stood up, the elders of the Lu family also stood up and faced Xiao Yan together with Lu Xiang and Lu Huabai. Suddenly, Lu Huabai knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and bowed to Xiao Yan. The great elder, Lu Xiang, and the others below also knelt on the ground together with Lu Huabai and shouted together with Lu Huabai. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. We will pledge our lives to follow you, Senior, and follow you as our leader. We hope Senior can agree. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. This Lu Huabai not only wants to thank me, but also wants to follow me. This calculation is really not bad. Xiao Yan smiled faintly in his heart. He stood up non-committally and asked Lu Huabai, I want to go to your Tibetan million, 10,000 #, small. Tell me about it. Is that okay? Xiao Yan wanted to go to the Lu family's Tibetan million, 10,000 #, small. The main reason Xiao Yan asked this question was because he wanted to investigate the medicinal ingredients that he had obtained in the ancient desolate forest that even he did not know the name of. However, these words sounded completely different to Lu Huabai. From Lu Huabai's point of view, Xiao Yan was using his actions to prove his intentions. This caused Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, who had been in a high position for a long time, to be extremely excited. It should be known that if the Lu family had an extremely strong backing in the future, then even those old experts in the southwest region would have to think twice before making a move on Xiao Yan. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Yan's question, he did not hesitate to agree and led the way in front of Xiao Yan. This time, Xiao Yan could be considered to have fulfilled his role as a guest. Along the way, he did not take the initiative to move forward. Instead, he allowed Lu Huabai to lead the way in front. This was also giving Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, quite a lot of face. This caused Lu Huabai to be extremely happy. He laughed along the way and appeared to be very satisfied. However, he was also smart enough. He knew that there was an extremely strong person like Xiao Yan behind him. Therefore, he did not dare to slight Xiao Yan at all. He did what he should do and did not dare to be too obvious. This caused Xiao Yan to nod his head slightly. He did not show his emotions on his face and did not let anyone know what was in his mind. Only with such shrewdness and temperament could he become the head of the Lu family. Only then could he become an overlord and lead the Lu family to achieve the hegemony of the strong. Only then would he be able to help Xiao Yan, and only then would he be worthy of Xiao Yan's help. The two of them did not speak along the way. Xiao Yan's face was indifferent and calm, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Lu Huabai, on the other hand, did not dare to speak about his feelings along the way. At this moment, The two of them finally finished walking the boring and long path in the garden, and arrived at the Lu family's hidden million small. Before speaking, the Lu family's hidden million small. It was said that it was smaller than the other family's hidden million small. It was said that there was no difference. The surrounding area was a bamboo forest, and it made the hidden million small in front of Xiaoyan that looked ancient and simple. It was said that it was surrounded by layers, and there were hidden million small. In the shadows, there were also a few people who could be considered as experts in Qingyang City who were secretly guarding the place. They were hiding millions of people. It was said that there were layers of seemingly incomparably powerful energy restrictions around the hidden million small. Although it was said that it was tightly surrounded, it was also because of these restrictions that Xiaoyan was unable to clearly see the foundation of the Lu clan, where the foundation of the clan was located. However, Xiaoyan did not try to get to the bottom of it. After all, this was the other party's territory no matter how one put it. He should at least give the other party some face. Xiaoyan stopped in front of the pavilion. There were already two black-clothed old men who had appeared to undo the restrictions. Lu Huabai, the family head, was somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of these old men guarding the pavilion. He turned his body to the side and fiercely glared at those few old men in a direction that Xiaoyan could not see. Those few old men also shrunk their necks and shifted their gazes away, no longer looking at him. It was only at this moment that Lu Huabai, the family head of the Lu family, truly possessed the authority and dignity of a family head. Lu Huabai turned his head to look at Xiaoyan. His expression that was bursting with anger a moment ago instantly became bright and beautiful. Those few old men who were guarding the pavilion rolled their eyes and cursed in their hearts. However, they did not have the slightest idea of what to do. Who asked Lu Huabai to be the family head in name? Even the great elder who opposed him in the past was biased towards Lu Huabai. Now, Lu Huabai had even built a bridge with this expert beside him. What could they, the pavilion elders, do? They could only sigh slightly. Life was like this. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. After the restriction was undone, Xiaoyan finally saw the true face of this Zong million #Xiao, revealing its true appearance. This was a pavilion that was more than 10 feet tall. Its design was simple and unadorned. There was nothing that attracted the slightest bit of attention. However, Xiaoyan stared at the 3 golden-colored glazed words that were hanging high above the pavilion. Those 3 words looked like dragons and phoenixes flying, but they also looked extremely normal. Zong million #Xiao. Speak. Xiaoyan's gaze was tightly fixed on that Zong million #Xiao. When he said the 3 words, his eyes revealed a heavy look of suspicion. He always felt that there was a Zong million #Xiao hidden there. He said that there was something in those 3 words that made his heart tremble. It seemed that this Qingyang City's Lu family was not ordinary in the past. Xiaoyan was just about to step into the Zong million #Xiao. As he said that, the foot inside the door was once again pulled back, almost causing Lu Huabai, who was following closely behind, to bump into Xiaoyan. Lu Huabai frowned slightly as he looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with doubt. What was this lord planning to do? Xiaoyan took a couple of steps back and only stopped when he could see the signboard without looking up. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at the signboard. Immediately, he turned his head to Lu Huabai, who had also taken a couple of steps back, and asked, "Family head Lu, this Zong million #Xiao. How long has this plaque been hanging here?" Lu Huabai's expression slightly froze when he heard this. It seemed that this fellow had retreated just to ask how long this plaque had been hanging here. However, who asked him to be a senior? Although he had some doubts in his heart, Lu Huabai still answered Xiaoyan honestly. This plaque has Zong million #Xiao. It has been hanging here for a long time. It seems to have been there 700 to 800 years ago. However, it wasn't hung here, but stood on the side of the road. As for why, this junior also doesn't know. Lu Huabai said as he pointed to a plaque that had Zong million #Xiao engraved on it. It was a black stone plaque with 3 words. Xiaoyan slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Under Xiaoyan's investigation, he discovered that there was clearly something inside this plaque. It should have been left behind by the Lu family's ancestor for the Lu family's descendants to comprehend the Great Tao. However, it was a pity that the Lu family's descendants were ignorant and there was no senior to explain it to them, causing the Lu family's descendants to be completely unaware. They actually treated it as an ordinary plaque and hung it up. If it wasn't discovered by Xianxia at this moment, perhaps such an important treasure could only gather dust here. There was an important treasure in the air, but no one knew about it. It was no wonder that the Lu family was ultimately defeated by the Wu family. When Xianxia heard Lu Huabai's words, he couldn't help but slightly shake his head and nod his head. He sighed and looked at Lu Huabai. There was a trace of pity in his eyes as he sighed. Sigh, no wonder your Lu family ended up like this. It really makes people feel sad. When Lu Huabai heard this, he and the few pavilion elders looked at each other and frowned slightly. They all saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Then, everyone looked at Xianxia, who had already expected this, with doubtful expressions. When Xianxia saw this, he helplessly curled his lips. Looking at everyone's curious gazes, he paused and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, the words on this plaque should have been written by your Lu family's ancestor, condensed the essence of his lifetime's cultivation. It was left for your Lu family's descendants to comprehend and increase their cultivation to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, it's a pity that your Lu family's descendants were ignorant and couldn't use it to its full potential. As a result, this important treasure has gathered dust and can only be hidden here. Speaking of which, this is really a big loss for your Lu family." "That's right. You're just using it as an ordinary signboard." Xianxia sighed slightly and shook his head. His tone was somewhat sorrowful as he glanced at Lu Huabai and the few pavilion guardian elders. He did not say anything else. The expressions of Lu Huabai and the others instantly became interesting when they heard this. They looked at each other, then looked at the signboard that hung high above. They looked at the three domineering words on the signboard. Hidden million, 10,000 #, small. Se. Hide a million, 10,000 #, small. It was said that it had always been the most important place for the clan. Countless experts of the clan guarded it, but at the same time, they also blocked many opportunities. Perhaps many years ago, they would have had the opportunity to know the secret on the plaque, but unfortunately, they only found out about this great gift from their ancestor today. Lu Huabai's figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the signboard that was emitting a domineering aura and seemed to be glowing with vitality. He stretched out his hand and plucked it from hide a million, 10,000 #, small. As he spoke, he took it down from the top of the pavilion and landed on the ground. His palm faced the engraved words hidden million, 10,000 #, small. After saying these three large words, the stone tablet struck out with his palm and turned the stone tablet into a pile of lime powder. He then shot out the signboard in his hand, which was emitting waves of golden light, and inserted it into the ground where the stone tablet originally stood. Immediately, Lu Huabai walked to the front of the signboard. At this moment, Lu Huabai finally realized that the ground in front of the signboard was actually built from an incomparably hard green rock. If the surrounding dust was scattered, one would discover that it was actually a green rock futon used for meditation. Lu Huabai sighed slightly and looked at Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia nod his head, he sat down on the green rock futon. Immediately, his palm was placed on the green rock futon and he immersed himself in his training. Bang! Not long after Lu Huabai completely immersed himself in his training, a wave of powerful and overbearing Do Qi ripples erupted from his body. He had actually borrowed the strength of the signboard to break through at this moment. Moreover, this was not all. His strength had actually broken through from an 8-star Do Zone to the initial stage of the Do Zun class in one go. Xiaoyan's eyes also brightened, but he did not do anything. Instead, he quietly waited by the side. The few elders guarding the pavilion also stopped the slowly circulating Do Qi within their bodies when they saw this. Their eyes also gradually became dull as they continued to observe Lu Huabai, who was using the signboard to train. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes later, Lu Huabai, who had been training, finally exited his training condition. His expression was excited as he looked at the signboard. After which, he looked at Xianxia. His face was filled with gratitude. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and swiftly arrived in front of Xianxia. He gratefully said to Xianxia, "Elder Xianxia, thank you very much for helping my Lu clan obtain the gift from our ancestor. Junior Lu Huabai represents the entire clan to express my endless gratitude to Elder. I hope that Elder can agree to this junior's request. If this signboard is of any help to Elder, please accept this junior's gift of gratitude no matter what." Xianxia was slightly startled when he heard this. Even the expressions of those elders guarding the pavilion of the Lu clan changed slightly. Xiao Yan understood why Lu Huabai did this, but the few elders guarding the pavilion of the Lu clan were unable to understand. If the Lu clan monopolized the signboard that their ancestor had left behind, it would not be a problem for the Lu clan to dominate Qingyang City in the future. However, if they were to give a portion of their ancestors' inheritance to an outsider, the Lu clan would become much slower in the next 100 years. This was something that the few elders guarding the pavilion could not accept. Just as they were about to open their mouths to refute, they suddenly heard an elderly voice being transmitted over. The owner of that voice was the first elder, Lu Xinqing. The first elder loudly said, "The old me represents all the elders of the Lu clan and agrees with the clan head's decision." Everyone became quiet when these words were uttered. This chapter by this editor is a little slow. I'm sorry. This editor will be faster the next time. However, I still ask for a recommendation vote. Please. Chapter 28. When the few pavilion elders heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at the bamboo forest. From there, an old man wearing a white robe slowly walked out. It was the current great elder of the Lu clan, Lu Xinqing. He looked at the few pavilion elders fiercely and snorted coldly. After which, he ignored them and turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was standing at the side, and said with a smile, "My clan members are stupid and did not know the great kindness of the elder. I hope that the elder can forgive them. I am very grateful." When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled faintly. He looked at Lu Huabai and said, "If I don't even have this little bit of magnanimity, wouldn't it be a waste of the cultivation that I have cultivated for so many years? Moreover, this is human nature. Any clan that finds such an ancestral treasure in the clan will surely do their best to protect it, in order to prevent it from being taken away by some ill-intentioned people and causing trouble to the world. Therefore I can also understand. As for the great kindness of the Lu clan, I will accept it." After saying this, Xiao Yan did not hold back. He walked towards the signboard and sat in front of it. His palm was gently placed on the signboard. His spiritual strength moved towards the signboard that said, "Hidden million, 10,000 #, small, on the signboard. After saying these 3 big words, Xiao Yan rushed over. As soon as he made contact with it, a wild and overbearing suction force emerged from it. In an instant, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength appeared in another world. This place was filled with forests and cranes. At a glance, there were countless mountains and forests. The mountains were lush and the trees were lush. It was a prosperous scene. There were snakes, insects, birds, and beasts. Suddenly, a kind middle-aged man's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's ears. Although this voice was not loud, it caused the entire world to tremble slightly. It was as if there was a heavenly bell that shook the world. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to be slightly shocked. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. "You are not a member of my Lu clan, right?" After hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He nodded and said yes. At this moment, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. From the previous voice, this middle-aged man's strength was at least at the level of a 7-star half-emperor. With such strength, how could he dare to be negligent? Therefore, Xiao Yan appeared to be extremely obedient. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. After a soft sound, the space in front of Xiao Yan slightly distorted. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair, and a handsome face son. "Is it the descendants I left behind who allowed you to use this golden plaque?" Xiao Yan did not deny it. He nodded and said yes. The middle-aged man also nodded and said again, "If that's the case, then you should be the one who told them the secret on the golden plaque, right?" Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly, but he still nodded his head in agreement. If such a strong person really wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would there be a need to say so much nonsense to him? The middle-aged man nodded once again. Immediately, he let out a sorrowful sigh. His gaze had also become somewhat lifeless as he looked at the distant horizon. It was as though he had seen the glorious days of the clan in the past. Unfortunately, those days had already become distant and no longer belonged to them. The glory of the past had already become history. Now there was only a desolate Lu clan. A Lu clan that could only rise once again by relying on external strength. A moment later, the middle-aged man's gaze finally became resolute once again. His gaze appeared to be once again filled with hope. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a sigh. Xiao Yan was also suddenly startled by this gaze. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, curled the corner of his mouth, and laughed dryly as he took half a step back. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth was lifted into an arc. Since you have the right to use this golden plaque, then it means that you have done a great favor for my Lu family. I think that my descendants will also rely on you. Since that's the case, then the descendants of my Lu family should be your subordinates. Haha. Protecting your subordinates should be considered your duty as a great person. Then, my Lu family will be entrusted to you. I hope that you can bring my Lu family back to its former glory. I don't ask for you to surpass me in the past. As long as you can ensure that my Lu family can have a place in the southwest region, it will be enough. Of course, as compensation, I will hand over all my comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth that I have cultivated throughout my life to you. What do you think? Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. However, it was quickly followed by a wave of excitement. In the end, however, he was still uncertain and hesitant. Although increasing his cultivation was good, he still had other matters to attend to. If he stayed in the southwest region for too long, it was likely that the time he would need to search for Hai Machan would be greatly delayed. Therefore, Xiao Yan was unable to decide whether he should stay or leave. If he stayed, his strength would increase and he could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, which would make it easier for him to cultivate in the future. However, his progress towards his goal would be much slower. He still did not know who the old flame demon ghost was, why he was so familiar with him, and where he came from. These were all unknown mysteries that he had to search for answers. Xiao Yan did not know if the old flame demon ghost would bring people to kill him. If he really did come, then the person who spoke would definitely be someone that Xiao Yan could not face in a direct confrontation. At that time, if old flame demon ghost did not take action, then Xiao Yan would face a great crisis of life and death. As a result, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to make a decision quickly. The middle-aged man seemed to be able to see Xiao Yan's worries. His request seemed to be a little too high. He blinked a few times and looked at Xiao Yan again. If you have any misgivings in your heart, you don't have to think too much about it. If you have matters to attend to now, you don't have to stay in the Lu family for too long. As long as you can help the Lu family stand tall in the southwest region in the future and not decline, you don't have to stay in the Lu family all the time. I only hope that you can help the Lu family when the Lu family is in trouble. Don't let the bloodline of the Lu family end. This is the only request I have for you as a senior. The middle-aged man sighed slightly and asked with a hint of pleading in his tone. Xiao Yan finally nodded when he saw this. The gaze he used to look at the middle-aged man had an additional trace of determination. The middle-aged man helplessly smiled and nodded. Honestly speaking, although he was strong and had the attraction of this inheritance to Xiao Yan, it was ultimately not enough. Other people might not be able to see it, but how could he not see that Xiao Yan's strength was not only strong to the point where it was not much weaker than his, but the most important thing was that Xiao Yan was still young, merely middle-aged. However, he had used more than 100 years to train to this stage. Hence, with Xiao Yan's training talent, surpassing him was only a matter of time. As long as he was given sufficient time, it was likely that he would have a place even on this continent. After which, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to open his mouth, he finally said it. This middle-aged man spoke to Xiao Yan with some difficulty. Little guy, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, but still motioned for the middle-aged man to continue. The middle-aged man said with some embarrassment, "This old man hopes that you can swear on the lightning penalty oath to ensure my trust in you." I hope you can agree. Xiao Yan's expression changed instantly when he heard this. The lightning penalty oath was a terrifying thing that he only knew about previously. How could Xiao Yan accept such a terrifying thing being bound to him? Xiao Yan frowned, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. His willingness to help the Lu family was already his bottom line, but now this old man wanted him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. How could he accept this? Therefore, the expression on his face was rather unpleasant. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also lowered his head helplessly. There was no other way. If he did not do this, he would not be able to ensure his safety. If he did not do this, then he would not be able to ensure his safety. However, if he did this, then he might shut Xiao Yan out. Both sides were difficult, but he had to do it. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan finally calmed down. What this elder said was not unreasonable. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan finally raised 3 fingers above his head and pointed towards the sky. His tone was firm as he said, "I, Xiaoyan, in the name of the Flame D, swear today that I will do my best to protect the peace of the Lu clan while I am still alive. As long as I am still alive, the Lu clan will prosper." At the same time, thunderclouds rolled in the sky outside of the golden plaque. The real thunder of the day resounded in the sky above Qingyang City. Streaks of lightning struck the ground around Xiaoyan, blasting out large patches of charred ground. This caused Lu Huabai and the other members of the Lu family to quickly retreat and leave the bamboo forest. Only when the thunderclouds disappeared and the sky was bright did everyone gather again. Looking at the motionless Xiaoyan, everyone seemed to have an answer in their hearts. They did not disturb him and quietly waited at the side to chase away some of the family members who came to watch. Inside the golden plaque, the middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyan swear on the lightning penalty oath and nodded his head with a relaxed expression. However, Xiaoyan turned his head to look at him again. There was a strange expression in his eyes, causing the middle-aged man to feel a little uneasy. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, Xiaoyan spoke first. "Senior, since I have already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, is it your turn?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He looked at Xiaoyan doubtfully and asked, "What do you mean by that, little friend? Can you tell this old man about it?" Xiaoyan smiled slightly. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he smiled and said, "It seems that Senior really doesn't know. Since that is the case, Junior will explain it to you properly. Senior, you asked Junior to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Now, Junior has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath according to Senior's wishes. However, if Junior really leaves like this, then after I go out, won't I have to listen to your Lu family for everything? Therefore, I think Senior should also swear on the lightning penalty oath to bind your own family members. Don't use the lightning penalty oath to control me." After Xiaoyan's words sounded, he narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan. A moment later, he let out a long sigh. Finally, he nodded his head and agreed. Like Xiaoyan, he also swore a lightning penalty oath to restrain his own clan members. The members of the Lu clan outside once again saw the 9 heavens divine lightning that resounded throughout the sky. However, the difference this time around was that all the members of the Lu clan could sense the restraining strength of the 9 heavens divine lightning. It was as though there was something that was restraining another part of them. If they were to violate that part, they would definitely suffer the punishment of the heavenly lightning. However, other than the clan head, the first elder, and a few others, there was indeed no one else who knew what that mysterious part was. The first elder and the clan head, Lu Huabai, looked at each other. They could see a thread of helplessness and joy in each other's eyes. However, they did not say anything. They quietly waited on the spot, not allowing anyone to approach Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face was satisfied as he watched the middle-aged man swear on the lightning penalty oath from within the golden plaque. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile as he exchanged glances with the middle-aged man and smiled. However, no one knew what the two of them were thinking in their hearts. Xiaoyan and the middle-aged man chatted and laughed for a little before their eyes carried a sigh as they looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also appeared to have understood something as he quietly sighed in his heart. The main event had finally arrived. I have worked very hard today. I hope that my readers can help. Recommendation tickets are necessary. I will work even harder. Thank you. Chapter 29. The middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyan with a complicated expression. He sighed and finally nodded. He said to Xiaoyan, "In that case, I won't say anything more. Let's start now. Let me introduce myself first. You don't seem to have any impression of me. My name is Lu Feng, and I'm the deputy sect master of the Chaoyang sect, one of the 5 major sects in the southwest region 1,500 years ago. Because of my sky extinction step, I was known as the Wind Emperor. Unfortunately, my Chaoyang sect suffered a great disaster 1,200 years ago. Tens of thousands of people in the sect died an unnatural death. The inner disciples of the sect scattered. In the end, only my Lu family was left. Speaking of it, it's indeed a big mistake of mine." When he spoke until this point, Lu Feng appeared to have recalled some sad things from the past. He sighed slightly, raised his head and glanced at Xiaoyan. He revealed a forced smile before continuing to speak. But I won't say those words today. Let's give you the inheritance I promised. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes also burst with a touch of excitement. He looked at Lu Feng with shining eyes. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled slightly. The seals in his hands were constantly changing. A set of mysterious finger seals were launched. The space in front of Lu Feng was also constantly distorted, emitting waves of ripples. The expression on Xiaoyan's face also became more and more excited. Strength. This was what Xiaoyan cared about the most. Now that there was a great opportunity in front of him, how could Xiaoyan not be excited? Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was forming a seal in his hand, reminded Xiaoyan, "Don't worry. I'll remind you here. Because today is the first time I've awakened in so many years, and this inheritance has been integrated with this wisp of my soul, it's probably very difficult to completely separate it. I'm afraid there's a high chance of failure, so you have to be mentally prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Xiaoyan's reply, he focused on the seals in his hands again. Xiaoyan's expression also became a little solemn. His spiritual strength spread out to protect Lu Feng's body. After all, if he failed, it would really be a big loss. This also made Xiaoyan have to be careful. As time slowly passed, the seals in Lu Feng's hands became more and more complicated. The originally calm expression on his face also began to become more and more serious. His solid body also gradually became illusory, but the spatial fluctuations around his body became more and more intense. Traces of terrifying aura were emitted from it, causing the void to constantly tremble and tiny spatial cracks to spread. Lu Feng's eyebrows were also tightly knitted. The expression in his eyes became more and more serious as he looked at the seals in his hands. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to hang in the air. He did not expect that it would be so difficult to just completely remove an inheritance from his body. This time, he had really fallen into the hands of this old man. Xiaoyan smiled helplessly. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. He could only sit cross-legged on the spot and quietly wait for Lu Feng. 2 hours later, Xiaoyan's slightly closed eyes finally slowly opened. His body moved, and Xiaoyan stood in front of Lu Feng in a flash. The corners of his mouth revealed a brilliant smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His eyes were slightly emotional as he looked at Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng's body was drifting. His originally sleek and blood-red face had become incomparably pale. His entire body appeared to have collapsed. He was like an old man in his twilight years. However, his pale face carried a smile as though he had been relieved of a great burden. His tone was somewhat weak as he opened his mouth to speak to Xiaoyan. "I have not let you down. In the end I have succeeded. I hope that this inheritance will be of some help to you." Xiaoyan also knew that it was not easy for Lu Feng to achieve this. Therefore, he did not say much. Instead, his gaze turned to the fist-sized light green energy ball floating in the void in front of Lu Feng. Xiaoyan's gaze was deeply attracted to the light green energy ball at first glance. Xiaoyan's eyes also shone even brighter, as if he wanted to forcibly suck the energy ball into his eyes. Xiaoyan slightly calmed down. His throat moved as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not expect to encounter such a great gift the moment he came to the other world. How could he not be excited? Previously, he was still nervous about whether he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Emperor of Heaven's End. However, the inheritance of the ancient Emperor of Heaven's End was now right in front of him. Moreover, to Xiaoyan, the ancient Emperor's inheritance was within his reach. How could such a dreamlike feeling not make him excited? Xiaoyan did not think too much about it. The illusionary hand that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength was extended forward. A majestic spiritual strength surged out from his palm and wrapped around the energy ball in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyan sensed his heart pounding rapidly. It was as though it was about to break out of his body. A feeling that was difficult to suppress. Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head. His originally illusionary body faintly became illusionary before finally disappearing from this world. Xiaoyan also raised his head to look at Lu Feng's disappearing figure. After which, he looked at the energy ball in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile as he sat cross-legged in the air and began to refine it. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in the air and recovered for a while. He withdrew his aura and relaxed his mind. Once he had adjusted his body and soul to its best condition, Xiaoyan flipped his palm and swallowed the ball of light into his mouth. Following a swallowing sound, Xiaoyan's body, which was formed from the agglomeration of spiritual strength, suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling green light. The green light scattered in all directions and covered the sun. The great thousand world that was formed from the golden plate instantly collapsed and disintegrated. All that was left was a small mountain forest. The rest was an empty space. A majestic energy rose within Xiaoyan's body. Although it was a body formed from his soul, at this moment, Xiaoyan was still able to feel his body continue to swell. His soul strength was swiftly withdrawn and left the golden plate as though it was fleeing. Bang! Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had just returned to his body when a majestic Do Qi ripple erupted from his body, causing Lu Huabai and the first elder of the Lu clan to swiftly withdraw. They left this small place where there were millions of people. Speaking of the bamboo forest outside, at the same time, the majestic Do Qi fluctuation that erupted from Xiaoyan's body turned into a huge air wave that swept out. The bamboo forest instantly turned into ruins. Dust flew everywhere, causing everyone to be unable to clearly see the situation within. However, due to the waves of Do Qi fluctuation that swept out, no one was able to enter. Therefore, although they felt uneasy in their hearts, they could only obediently stand outside and quietly wait. At the same time, they also stopped the other clan members from coming to watch the show. When the other clan members saw this, they could only helplessly suppress the curiosity in their hearts and watch from afar. The outside was in an uproar. Naturally, Xiaoyan's side was no exception. Wave after wave of wild and overbearing energy erupted from his body, causing Xiaoyan's entire face to instantly become incomparably solemn. At this moment, within Xiaoyan's body, a fist-sized green energy ball was slowly floating within the vortex. The seemingly harmless energy ball was currently emitting waves of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate. The violent and overbearing energy pounded Xiaoyan's meridians, causing them to swell like balloons that were filled with air, as though they would explode at any moment. At this moment, Xiaoyan's teeth were tightly clenched and his eyes were about to crack. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the waves of intense pain that were emitted from his body. His hand, which was originally placed on the golden plaque, suddenly waved and a layer of energy shield shot out from his hand, tightly protecting Xiaoyan within it. Xiaoyan's hand also supported himself on the ground due to the intense pain within his body. His entire body appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Unable to care so much, Xiaoyan forcefully propped himself up. His mind looked inside his body and his expression suddenly became solemn. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body had already been damaged beyond recognition by the energy ball. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting his body, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already been seriously injured. Seeing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly circulated the Do Qi within his body, completely enveloping the energy that belonged to the ball of light. The heavenly flame within the ball of light was also quite tyrannical. It broke through Xiaoyan's Do Qi blockade a few times and caused quite a lot of injuries to Xiaoyan's body, causing him to be in incomparable pain. Fortunately, after experiencing several impacts from the ball of light, Xiaoyan was finally able to surround the ball of light with his Do Qi. Layers of flame Do Qi surrounded the fist-sized ball of light. The heavenly flame within his body gushed out, wrapping around the ball of light and began to refine it. The heavenly flame burned the ball of light fiercely. The ball of light also tried its best to fight back, wanting to repel the heavenly flame's refinement and burning. Xiaoyan was also quite surprised by the ball of light's resistance. The ball of light was actually able to withstand the heavenly flame's refinement and burning for a long time. No matter how the heavenly flame burned and refined, it had no effect at all. But fortunately, the heavenly flame was a divine object of heaven and earth. How could a man-made energy be able to contend against it? Moreover, the positive energy was an object that no one could control. After a long time, the heavenly flame naturally gained the upper hand. The originally fist-sized cyan ball of light had also turned into an egg-sized light blue ball of light. The terrifying energy that was constantly emitted from the ball of light had also been completely refined by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, becoming a part of his strength. Moreover, Xiaoyan's aura was also constantly strengthening. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would have a breakthrough. Moreover, the ancient elder had already told him that his current strength was roughly at the peak of the one-star half-emperor realm. He only needed an opportunity to truly make a breakthrough. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Now that the opportunity had arrived, the ancient emperor's inheritance would naturally help Xiaoyan to make a breakthrough. As long as the time was right, the breakthrough would naturally happen. No one would be able to change this. Even Xiaoyan would be powerless. However, how could Xiaoyan stop his own strength from improving? Therefore, he only needed to wait for Xiaoyan to make a breakthrough. Time passed in the blink of an eye and half a month had already passed. Everyone had already become impatient from waiting. Even the head of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai, and the first elder were frowning slightly as they became somewhat worried. At this moment, the head of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai, and the first elder were walking to the edge of the bamboo forest. This bamboo forest had already become a forbidden area of the Lu clan. Other than the head of the clan and a few others, no one else could come here. At this moment, the two of them were standing outside of the bamboo forest. Their eyebrows were tightly knit as they looked at the bamboo forest that had already turned into ruins. Looking into the distance, the two of them were able to see a white light spot hiding 1,010,000 small things in the middle of the bamboo forest. That person was Xiaoyan, who had caused Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing to raise their heads to look at for half a month. The two of them sighed, shook their heads and walked back. From the life aura that was emitted from Xiaoyan's body, the two of them could confirm that he was indeed still alive. However, the two of them were somewhat helpless as to whether he would be able to survive until he finished refining the inheritance. Not long after the two of them left, there were millions of small creatures hidden in the depths of the bamboo forest. Xiaoyan's body, which could not be considered very tall, suddenly shook. An aura that soared to the sky instantly engulfed the entire Green Sun City. An incomparably wild and fierce aura erupted from Xiaoyan's body and soared to the horizon, directly towards the blue dome of heaven. Ha! Xiaoyan faced the sky and let out a long roar. This roar was overbearing, like a dragon's roar, like a wild roar, but it also shocked the world. It shook the magical beasts within a radius of several thousand miles to the ground. They did not dare to make the slightest movement and could only emit low and obedient roars from their mouths. This caused everyone to feel incomparably strange. This long roar caused even the few magical beasts in the depths of the desolate ancient forest to slowly open their tightly shut eyes. Their eyes emitted a deep and serious expression. Xiaoyan's entire body shook. A wave of pai li pa la, sounds of his joints colliding sounded. Xiaoyan moved his hands and feet a little before letting out a clear laugh. He flew out of the ruins and met up with Lu Huabai and the others who had come after hearing the sound. Chapter 30. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations to Senior Xiaoyan for making a breakthrough in your strength. Lu Huabai and the Lu clan's first elder, Lu Xinqing, smiled and cupped their fists together as they congratulated Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also laughed heartily. He casually responded a few times and left the messy ruins with them. Within the Lu clan's conference hall, Xiaoyan and Lu Huabai sat at the head of the table. Xiaoyan had a smile on his face as he casually looked at Lu Huabai, who had been watching him the entire time, and finally opened his mouth to ask. I wonder what clan head Lu wants to talk to me about? If there's something, there's no need to worry and just say it. I believe clan head Lu won't say anything bad. Hearing this, Lu Huabai's pupils slightly shrank and his expression instantly became somewhat unnatural. He slightly calmed himself down and thoughts quickly spun in his mind. After a long while, he finally smiled and said to Xiaoyan, Yes, Senior's words are naturally correct. I do have some questions that I would like to ask Senior to explain. As Lu Huabai spoke, his gaze was somewhat evasive as he looked at Xiaoyan. As for Xiaoyan, he didn't care about Lu Huabai's question at all. He naturally knew that since Lu Feng, who was inside the golden plaque, wanted him to swear the heavenly lightning oath at all costs, then he would definitely let the Lu clan know. After all, the heavenly lightning oath was originally used to bind Xiaoyan. However, in the end, it was discovered by Xiaoyan. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would have already become the Lu clan's puppet. And now, because of the 2-9 Heaven's divine thunders, Lu Huabai wanted to know the exact situation of Xiaoyan inside the golden plaque. After Xiaoyan heard this, he was quite dissatisfied. However, although Xiaoyan was dissatisfied in his heart, he had at least obtained the inheritance. And he didn't lose anything, so he didn't care much about Lu Huabai's question. Thus, after Xiaoyan paused for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth under Lu Huabai's nervous gaze and said to Lu Huabai without changing his expression. Not bad. Your Lu clan's ancestor's goal has basically been achieved. Lu Huabai, who had just heard this, didn't even have time to be surprised before he was instantly silenced. His slightly opened mouth did not close again. His two eyes stared blankly at Xiaoyan, causing others to feel that it was laughable. Xiaoyan also smiled, and Lu Huabai also reacted because of Xiaoyan's smile. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his face. His seated body also unconsciously lifted up. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. He asked Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, what do you think?" "What do you mean, senior?" Xiaoyan smiled coldly and cast a bone-chilling glance at Lu Huabai. This caused Lu Huabai's expression to abruptly change. His body trembled as he hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands in apology to Xiaoyan. "Junior has offended you. I hope Senior can forgive me." Junior was just unable to react to Senior's words just now. "I hope Senior can forgive me." "Humph. It's good that you understand. There are some things that people will die if they are said out loud." When these few words were uttered, the teacup in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly exploded, turning into powder that scattered in all directions. At the same time, it also caused Lu Huabai's expression to change once again. His originally bent body bent down to 90 degrees, causing him to be unable to clearly see Xiaoyan's expression. As for whether or not Lu Huabai had intentionally avoided it, it was unknown. Unfortunately, the instant he bent down to avoid Xiaoyan's eyes, he missed the teasing expression on Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan cleared his throat and prepared to continue speaking. However, when Lu Huabai saw this, he hurriedly took an undamaged teacup and properly poured a cup of hot tea for Xiaoyan. "Humph. Seeing that your ancestor passed down the inheritance, I'll spare your life today. However, speaking of which, your Lu clan's ancestor was indeed quite a character. Unfortunately, his methods were too ruthless. This time, when I swore the heavenly lightning oath, I'm afraid that this is the first time in my life that I've been tricked by someone. Humph. As for you, a descendant of the Lu clan, that Lu Feng must have also told you his plan. Heh. You'd better not have any hope. Being able to promise him that I'll protect your Lu clan when your Lu clan is in danger is already the most I can do. Therefore, I advise you to stop causing trouble for me when I'm not around. Otherwise, even if I'm bound by the heavenly lightning oath, I'll still exterminate your Lu clan." Lu Huabai's expression changed, but it was much better than before. His eyes turned and he cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan. Lu Huabai finally calmed down and spoke to Xiaoyan. "Junior understands. Senior being able to do this is already the greatest concession to my Lu clan. Junior will definitely do his best to rein in my clansmen and not let them cause trouble everywhere. If there's anyone who violates this, I won't let them off easily." Lu Huabai's words were firm and decisive, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. People could hear the certainty in his words. This made Xiaoyan nod his head slightly. Only then did he drink a few more cups of tea. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Seeing this, Lu Huabai hurriedly followed. After a moment, Lu Huabai frowned slightly as he looked at the ruins under his feet. He raised his head and asked Xiaoyan, "May I know what Senior is doing?" Xiaoyan smiled slightly but didn't answer. His figure flashed and he arrived at the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. Before the big door. Lu Huabai raised his eyebrows. Only then did he remember Xiaoyan's request half a month ago. Lu Huabai helplessly shook his head. The strong always cared so much about certain things. A small clan hiding 1,010,000 people was just a small matter. No matter how glorious it was in the past, what could it do now? Lu Huabai quickly walked in front of Xiaoyan and arrived at the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. Before the big door, there was now 1,010,000 people were hidden. It was said that there was no longer a plaque that symbolized the clan's important place. It looked just like an ordinary pavilion. Lu Huabai stood at the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. In front of the door, the seals in his hands changed. Mysterious seals were formed and struck at the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. On top of the wooden door, ripples spread out like water waves. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, quietly stood behind Lu Huabai. He looked at this lonely pavilion that was standing on top of the ruins and then glanced at the golden plaque that was standing in front of the green rock. Xiaoyan sighed. He extended his hand and heard a low, deep, muffled sound. A cluster of thumb-sized jade-green flame seedlings rose from Xiaoyan's index finger. Although it was only a small flame, the moment the flame rose, It was as if the world let out an unwilling roar. Xiao Yan's mind moved. His soul power spread out with this small cluster of dark green flame and attached itself to the ruins of the bamboo forest. Then, under Xiao Yan's control, it slowly sank into the ground and finally disappeared into the ground. At this moment, Lu Huabai finally reached the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. The big door opened. Xiao Yan looked at Lu Huabai, who had some sweat on the tip of his nose, and smiled slightly. Then, he lifted his leg and stepped into the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. Inside, Lu Huabai took another look at the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. When he saw the ruins in front of him, his eyes dimmed slightly. He sighed and turned around to follow Xiao Yan into the place where the 1,010,000 people were hidden. Inside, the 1,010,000 people were hidden. Inside, storage shelves were arranged in an orderly manner. Books of ancient Do skills and cultivation methods were arranged in an orderly manner on the storage shelves. With a glance, Xiao Yan saw the innermost storage shelf that seemed to have been neglected for a long time. He saw the words, "Literature Classics," written on it. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. To the small clans, these books could only be looked at and would not be of much use. However, to Xiao Yan, they were exactly what he needed. Xiao Yan took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the storage shelves. Her fair palms gently flipped through the dust-covered ancient books. Finally, Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on an ancient book that was placed in the corner. It looked slightly broken. Xiao Yan could not wait to open the book. Pictures and explanations of different types of medicinal herbs with different effects were displayed on the book. Xiao Yan flipped his palm and a jade-green scallion appeared from the middle-grade storage ring that Xiao Yan had requested from Lu Huabai. It had thin and long stems and leaves that were only a foot long. There was some soil at its roots and it appeared like a vine medicinal ingredient. Xiao Yan searched through the book according to the vine. When Lu Huabai saw that Xiao Yan seemed to have found something, he wanted to go forward and take a look. However, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and a Do Chi light screen blocked him 3 feet away. Because of the Do Chi light screen, Lu Huabai was unable to see the situation inside and could only wait patiently. Purple Vine. The main medicinal ingredient of the 9th grade Purple Void Heavenly Spirit Pill. It takes 100 years to sprout, 1,000 years to grow, and 5,000 years to truly mature. During the sprout period, it can use the natural energy that it has accumulated for 1,000 years to attract a lightning tribulation. It can use the strength of the lightning to cleanse itself and refine the medicinal strength. If it can endure the lightning tribulation, the purple vine can directly mature and become a fully matured purple vine spirit. It will gain intelligence and walk in the world like an ordinary person. Its cultivation can even reach the Do Shang class. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and sighed when he saw this. It was unexpected that a medicinal ingredient would reach the Do Shang class once the lightning tribulation is over. Tisk. My cultivation has been wasted. Tisk. Evil Soul Demon Fruit. An essential medicinal ingredient for the 9th grade Emperor Pill. A 1st grade medicinal ingredient. It absorbs the turbid spirits of the dead souls of tens of thousands of souls in the world. It absorbs 100 years old evil spirit for 100 years, 1,000 years old dead spirit of a Dozong, or 100 years old dead spirit of a Dozun to form the mysterious fruit. It begins to bear fruit after the ink blood demon tree has grown for 1,000 years. Only after 10,000 years can one tree bear 10 fruits. Among the 10 fruits, only 9 can be used by humans. The remaining 1 must follow the flow. Otherwise, the person who uses it will definitely die. As for the reason, no one knows. All that is known is that the person who used the 10th fruit in the past would explode and die for some unknown reason before using it. Therefore, anyone in the world who obtained the evil soul demon fruit of unknown origin would throw it away. After all, no one knew if the demon fruit would bring about a certain death. Therefore, anyone in the world who encountered the evil soul demon fruit would avoid it like the plague. Xiao Yan watched for a couple of hours. His heart was shocked for a couple of hours. A couple of medicinal ingredients that had long since disappeared from the Dochi continent, and a couple of rare plants that he had only heard of in legends and had never seen before caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked. In the end, Xiao Yan even became a little numb. The entire afternoon passed as Xiao Yan repeated this process of being shocked. Only when the sky turned dark did Xiao Yan bring a shocked face and a confused Lu Huabai back to the residential area of the Lu clan. Unfortunately, Lu Huabai did not know anything. He could only blink his eyes and ignore him. Strong people were indeed incomparably strange. However, when Lu Huabai brought Xiaoyan and left, he did not notice that the ruins around him had already become a large lush green bamboo forest. It was not until the morning of the second day that Lu Huabai recalled the matter of last night under the shocked gazes of the clan members. This also caused Lu Huabai to be extremely shocked. Strong people were indeed almighty people. There was nothing in the world that they could not do. Strength was indeed the creator of this world. As long as one had strength, everything in the world, even if it was natural, was nothing. Lu Huabai sighed softly. The Lu clan is still too weak. In the next few days, Xiaoyan continued to stay in the Lu clan. Although this was the case, Lu Huabai was still a little happy. After all, as long as Xiaoyan did not leave, who would dare to cause trouble in the Qingyang city? Time flashed and 10 days had already passed. Xiaoyan had already been in this other world for a month. On this day, Xiaoyan, who was training, was awakened by Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai had a face full of smiles as he faced Xiaoyan and said, "Elder, tomorrow is the annual large-scale auction of my Qingyang city. May I know if Elder is interested in participating?" Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He thought for a moment in his heart and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He nodded at Lu Huabai and did not say anything else as he continued to train. Chapter 31. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already the morning of the next day. As soon as the sun rose, the entire Qingyang city was already bustling with noise and excitement. The streets and alleys were filled with people, and even outside the city gates, there were large waves of people gathering in the direction of Qingyang city. If one observed carefully, they would discover that although these people seemed to be rushing towards Qingyang city, they were actually gathering in the same direction. That was the most prosperous street in the entire Qingyang city, and also the most central area of Qingyang city. There was an auction house called the Heavenly Cloud Auction House, which was controlled by the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in the southwest region. It was a true giant, and its influence spread throughout the southwest region. Its strength was so terrifying that even the 4 major forces of the southwest region did not dare to provoke it. The wealth it possessed was unimaginable, and even the savings of any one of the 4 major forces over the years could not be compared to the wealth of the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce. If not for the fact that the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce had no intention of competing for the position of the overlord of the southwest region, the 4 major forces of the southwest region would have already become history in the Yuanwu continent. From this, one could see the terrifying strength of the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce. It was no wonder that even a small auction would attract so many people's attention. The Lu residence. Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, disappeared in a flash. He stood in front of the wooden door of the room and reached out to open it. Outside the room, Lu Huabai was also standing in front of Xiaoyan's door. Just as he was about to knock on the door with his right hand, the wooden door in front of him suddenly opened. Lu Huabai was startled, and his body unconsciously jumped back half a step. When he saw Xiaoyan standing in front of the door, Lu Huabai reacted and hurriedly smiled at Xiaoyan. "Haha, Elder has already woken up? That's good. Junior will take you to see the annual auction of Qingyang City. Perhaps you won't be interested in many of the items, but as long as you go, it will be giving face to the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce. This will also be beneficial to my Lu clan, so..." "All right, I said I'll be there. Let's go. Let me see if this Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce is really that big of a deal." Lu Huabai wanted to say something but was interrupted by Xiaoyan. Lu Huabai walked out and headed out of the Lu mansion. Lu Huabai hurriedly followed when he saw this. He walked together with Xiaoyan and explained some of the strength and background of the Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association. However, due to Qingyang City being located in a remote area, Lu Huabai did not know much about the Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association. He only knew that the Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association had arrived in the southwestern region 200 years ago. Although it had only been a short time, it had developed rapidly and had a deep foundation. It was not inferior to some of the older factions. This caused Xiaoyan to raise his eyebrows slightly. He quietly remembered this information in his heart. He had no choice but to pay attention to such a faction. It should be known that even someone as strong as Lu Feng had died under the combined efforts of those few older factions. Since this Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association was able to survive for 200 years, it definitely had some extraordinary strength. Hence, it was not wrong for Xiaoyan to pay attention to it. The horse pulling the carriage was a reddish-brown rank 7 magical beast, Fierce Sun Colt. This kind of magical beast was rare in the wild because most of them were tamed by humans and used as a means of transportation. Due to this horse's weak attacking strength, it was difficult for it to survive in the wild. Hence, any fierce sun colt that possessed some intelligence would come to the humans' textile market to seek a good master in order to survive. At this moment, the fierce sun colt in front of Xiaoyan had been accepted by Lu Huabai when it was at the initial stage of rank 6. It could be said that it was extremely loyal to Lu Huabai, and Lu Huabai also took great care of it. If it was not an important person, Lu Huabai would definitely not summon it. However, at this moment, this fierce sun colt, which was usually arrogant and overbearing, was trembling all over at this moment. It was as though it had seen some wild beast. This also caused Lu Huabai's heart to be shocked. It should be known that this fierce sun colt had glared at an elite Do Zun a couple of years ago. However, it actually revealed such a terrified expression when it saw Xiaoyan. Could it be? Thinking until this point, Lu Huabai's eyes suddenly shrunk. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with shock. If Xiaoyan really had that kind of strength, then his Lu clan would really have the hope of becoming one of the many factions in the southwestern region. Xiaoyan glanced at the fierce sun colt in front of him, which was trembling non-stop. His eyelids twitched. He turned his head helplessly and said to Lu Huabai beside him, "Looks like I won't be able to sit in this carriage of yours." Lu Huabai's heart was greatly shocked when he heard this. He was just about to say something when he saw that Xiaoyan had already turned around and walked toward the auction house. All that was left was a somewhat frail back and the fierce sun colt that was trembling non-stop. After a short while, Xiaoyan and Lu Huabai brought the group of people from the Lu clan to the entrance of the auction house. The crowded flow of people did not disappoint this grand auction. Wave after wave of people continuously walked toward the entrance of the auction house. Although there were many strong men blocking the entrance of the auction house, they were still unable to completely block off the crowd. The entrance of the auction house was still extremely chaotic. When the crowd saw Lu Huabai and the others, their expressions simultaneously changed. In the past half a month, the people of the Qingyang city were rather surprised by the Lu clan's great defeat of the Wu clan. Although they heard that the Lu clan had the help of an almighty this time and directly suppressed the Wu clan with tyrannical strength, causing everyone from the Wu clan to lose their imposing manner and be directly killed on the spot, no one had seen that almighty. After all, in the situation of a life-and-death battle between the two clans, who would dare to show their faces? If they were mistaken as someone who wanted to benefit from the battle, they would even lose their lives. It was not worth it to lose one's life in order to watch a great battle. There were no people in the Qingyang city who were that stupid. Currently, the people of the Qingyang city saw that the people from the Lu clan had mustered such a large force for the sake of this auction. Everyone naturally felt quite surprised in their hearts when they saw that the people from the Lu clan had mustered such a large force for the sake of this auction. Various conversations began to spread on both sides of the street. There were also some people who noticed Xiaoyan, who was standing side by side with the head of the Lu clan and the first elder of the Lu clan. Immediately, a noise that soared to the sky appeared in front of the auction house. The head of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai, involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He exchanged glances with the first elder, whose expression was the same as his. He was just about to open his mouth and reprimand them when another bear-like roar beat him to it. "All of you shut up. Move aside. All of you are blocking the path of the head of the Lu clan and the first elder. Those who do not wish to die get lost." Xiaoyan looked toward the source of the voice when he heard this. The owner of the voice was a fierce-looking bald man with a knife scar on his face. His body was tall and burly, appearing just like a wild bear. Under his perception, the strength of this middle-aged large man could be considered quite strong in this place. He possessed the strength of a 9-star Do Zong. At this moment, the middle-aged large man was looking at the passers-by by the side with a vicious expression. A cold snort was emitted from his nose and everyone shut their mouths. Only then did he look at Lu Huabai's group with a fierce-looking face. Adding the knife scar on his face, he appeared incomparably frightening. Lu Huabai and the others from the Lu clan felt comfortable when they saw this. However, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched intensely when he saw this smile. This smile was really unparalleled. Just by relying on this frightening smile of his, it was likely that even a person with the same strength as him would have his strength reduced by 20%. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was naturally seen by the large man. He was just about to become angry when he was stopped by Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai took a large step forward, cupped his hands toward the large middle-aged man and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Brother Barbarian Xiong. It has really been a long time since we last met. Ha 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 ha. Ha. The large middle-aged man called Barbarian Xiong by Lu Huabai wrinkled his brows, causing the knife scar on his face to wriggle like a maggot. It was a rather disgusting sight. Barbarian Xiong looked at Lu Huabai with an impatient expression. However, when he saw the deep wrinkles between Lu Huabai's brows and the slight shaking of his head, Barbarian Xiong's pupils slightly shrank. Since Lu Huabai was so sure that he wouldn't joke around with him for no reason, the young man beside him might not be ordinary. Could it be? Barbarian Xiong seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Huabai. However, when he saw Lu Huabai nodding his head slightly, Barbarian Xiong instantly came to a realization. In the next instant, Barbarian Xiong once again piled up his fierce-looking face and threw an extremely frightening smile at Lu Huabai's group. His smile was especially brilliant when he looked at Xiaoyan. However, when Xiaoyan saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. He didn't say anything and forced a smile on his face as he replied to Barbarian Xiong. Barbarian Xiong didn't mind. He laughed heartily as he strode forward and chatted with Lu Huabai for a while. After that, he looked at Xiaoyan and cupped his hands as he laughed heartily. I presume that your distinguished self is the senior who helped the Lu clan defeat the Wu clan and become the #1 clan in the Azure Sun City, right? Xiaoyan faintly smiled as he glanced at Lu Huabai from the corner of his eyes. This caused Lu Huabai to awkwardly smile before he looked at Barbarian Xiong and said, "That's right. I was entrusted by someone to help the Lu clan gain a foothold in the southwest region." The moment these words were uttered, the bodies of everyone who heard these words suddenly shook. Their expressions instantly became interesting. Even the expressions of everyone from the Lu clan revealed a solemn expression at this moment. Even though Xiaoyan was a senior, he was really looking down on the people from the southwestern region by being so brazen. Only Lu Huabai ignored the expressions on the faces of the members of the Lu clan as he calmly looked at Xiaoyan. Barbarian Xiong raised his eyebrows upon hearing those words. Although it was easy to say that one could gain a foothold in the southwest region, if one didn't have a certain amount of background, then one's life and death would be sealed by saying those words. However, since the person in front of him dared to say such exaggerated words in front of the members of the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce, he presumably wasn't some ordinary person. Barbarian Xiong's eyes turned as he cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and laughed heartily. Senior is truly bold. I presume that with Senior's help in the future, not to mention gaining a foothold in the southwest region, even becoming a peak power wouldn't be a problem for the Lu clan. Then, I must congratulate Patriarch Lu. To be able to gain the help of such a senior, it looks like I'll need Patriarch Lu's help in the future. As Barbarian Xiong spoke, he turned his head towards Lu Huabai with a terrifying smile on his face. Lu Huabai wrinkled his brows upon seeing this. Just as he was about to reply, Xiaoyan beat him to it. Xiaoyan faintly smiled and replied without turning his head. Become a peak power in the southwest region? That will depend on the Lu clan's luck. In short, as long as the Lu clan isn't destroyed, the rest is up to you. If someone wants to destroy the Lu clan, I don't mind letting them have a taste of having their clan destroyed. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, a cold light shot out from his eyes and tore apart the space in front of Barbarian Xiong, causing him to disappear into the void. Barbarian Xiong's face instantly changed and he hastily cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan. Yes. Senior is an almighty expert. Who would be so blind as to offend the Lu clan? Senior, please be at ease. Junior will live in Azure Sun City from now on and build the city together with Patriarch Lu. If anyone dares to offend the Lu clan, I, Barbarian Xiong, will be the first to not let them off. As Barbarian Xiong finished speaking, he even fiercely patted Lu Huabai's shoulder, causing Lu Huabai to curse inwardly. However, he endured the pain and grinned along with Barbarian Xiong. Lu Huabai naturally understood that Xiaoyan was making preparations for his departure. After all, once Xiaoyan left, the Lu clan's strength would be greatly reduced. Even with the golden plaque, it would be difficult for them to support the entire clan in a short period of time. If someone could take the initiative to help the Lu clan, then the Lu clan's troubles would be reduced by a lot. This would also be beneficial to the future development of the Lu clan. Therefore, although his body was in pain, it was worth it for the future of the Lu clan. Everyone chatted in front of the auction house for a long time. Finally, a deafening bell rang in everyone's ears. Only then did Barbarian Xiong react. Everyone had clearly come to participate in the auction, but because of Xiao Yan, they had stayed outside the auction house. This caused Barbarian Xiong to feel slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed towards Xiao Yan and the others. Ha 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 ha. I was so engrossed in chatting with Senior Xiao Yan today that I forgot about the auction. I'm really sorry, everyone. Haha. Let's go. After today's auction ends, I'll treat Senior Xiao Yan and everyone to a meal to make up for today's mistake. Okay? Ha 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 ha. Senior Xiao Yan, please. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Barbarian Xiong led Xiao Yan and the Lu clan into the auction house. Chapter 32. As soon as they entered the auction house, everyone's line of sight suddenly darkened. Everything around them was pitch black. The walls and floor of the entire auction house were pitch black. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he found that the walls and floor of the auction house were all built with inkstone. Moreover, from the visible lines on the ground and walls, it was likely that this auction house was built with an entire piece of inkstone. TSK. To be able to build an auction house from an entire piece of inkstone in this kind of place, the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce's financial resources were truly terrifying. Xiao Yan and the others followed Barbarian Xiong as they turned left and right before arriving in front of a pitch-black stone door. Barbarian Xiong took a step forward and arrived in front of the stone door. He extended his hand and placed it on the stone door. The dou qi within his body circulated to his palm and was continuously poured into the stone door. The stone door slowly opened with a rumbling sound and a private room that was over 100 square meters appeared in front of everyone. Barbarian Xiong laughed heartily as he stepped to the side, allowing Xiao Yan to enter first. After that, he followed Lu Huabai and the others. After entering, Lu Huabai looked at the four walls that were emitting a soft light. The white and smooth floor, as well as the rows of incomparably comfortable seats, Lu Huabai couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. TSK. Different people, the treatment is like the difference between heaven and earth. Every time I come here, I only get an intermediate private room. I didn't expect Senior to come here casually. Moreover, he didn't make any special requests, yet you've already prepared everything. Heh. Barbarian Xiong, it seems like you've already planned to curry favor with Senior Xiao, right? Hearing this, Barbarian Xiong grinned mischievously as his face turned ugly. Xiao Yan wasn't surprised by this. He first found a seat and sat down. After that, everyone else also took their seats. Barbarian Xiong didn't sit down. Instead, he walked to the wall that was emitting a faint fluorescent light. Dou qi burst out from his hand once again. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could see that the wall, which was originally emitting a faint fluorescent light, had actually begun to become crystal clear at this moment. Circular water wave-like ripples spread apart, causing the entire wall to appear incomparably mysterious. A moment later, a crystal screen appeared before everyone's eyes. Behind the screen was a spacious auction hall. The auction hall was currently filled to the brim. Waves of noise rang through the auction hall, making it seem extremely noisy. A clear gong sound slowly resounded within the auction ground. Following the gong sound, the originally extremely noisy noise within the auction ground gradually weakened. Countless number of gazes were thrown towards the crystal platform. Their eyes were filled with a fiery heat. At this moment, Barbarian Xiong's sturdy figure turned around and sat beside Xiao Yan on the seat that had been reserved for him. Together with everyone else, he looked at the auctioneer on the crystal stage. Haha. Everyone, I presume that you're already somewhat impatient from waiting. Since that's the case, this old man won't say any more official words to annoy you. The white-haired old man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled as he looked at the black mass of heads in the auction house. Finally, his obscure gaze swept across the representatives of the factions from the other cities sitting in the front row. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the auction house endlessly. As an experienced auctioneer, he naturally knew what the people below wanted to see, and what they didn't want to see. Therefore, he had directly thrown away the nonsense introduction of the opening ceremony. However, the old man's move had indeed won the cheers of the entire auction hall. At the very least, even the representatives from the other powers sitting in the front row had faintly nodded their heads. As the annual auction, I believe that our Tianyun auction house has chosen Qingyang City as the main auction venue among all the other cities. I'm sure we won't disappoint you. Just as the old man finished speaking, He clapped his hands once again and announced in a clear voice. This old man announces that Qingyang City's Heavenly Clouds auction house will now begin. As the old man's clear voice fell, the huge crystal platform suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. After a long while, the strong light gradually dissipated. At this moment, on the crystal platform in front of the white-haired old man, on the auction stage, there was a long sword that was entirely dark green with a hint of cyan. Under the illumination of the lights, it reflected an extremely cold and beautiful luster. Looking at the traces of energy circulating on the sword's body, it was obvious that the sword's power was extraordinary. It must have come from the hands of a famous master. At this moment, the eyes of the people below the stage suddenly lit up. The white-haired old man was obviously very satisfied with this result. A satisfied smile appeared on his wrinkled old face, and his pair of shady old eyes narrowed into a thin line. The old man looked at the people below and slowly introduced the sword. This sword is called the Jade Water Orchid Sword. It is cast with jade water and cyan gold. It can cut iron like mud and has the ability to disappear once it enters water. It is invisible in water and is extremely suitable for water attribute cultivators. If it is paired with a high-level water attribute Do skill, its power will double. It was a divine weapon that was hard to come by. If you are interested, don't be stingy with the money in your pockets. Money had to be measured by one's strength. With strength, wouldn't money be as worthless as dirt? Ha! As the old man spoke, he held the Jade Water Orchid sword in his hand. The sword body shook and a wave of ripples spread out around the sword body. The old man's other hand waved in the air, and the water vapor in the air turned into water droplets. The water droplets squeezed into a football-sized water ball in the old man's hand. With a wave of his hand, the water ball immediately spread out and covered the entire sword body. In an instant, the Jade Water Orchid sword disappeared under the eyes of the people. In an instant, there was an uproar in the auction house. Everyone's fiery eyes were cast toward the white-haired old man standing on the crystal platform. The old man also knew the meaning of their eyes. He smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, "The starting price is 500,000 gold coins. Everyone, please. Jade Water Orchid Gold, huh? It's not bad." Xiaoyan eyed the long sword and softly muttered. However, it did not attract much interest. When one's strength had reached his level, weapons were no longer that important. Moreover, he was already used to the heavy Xian ruler, this kind of weapon which could be used to attack and suppress others with its strength. A long sword was too far away from his level of interest. After all, this was only the beginning of the auction. The good stuff would naturally come later. Of course, because of Xiao Yan's experience, these items did not catch his eye. However, it did not mean that others would not. This sword had already become a rare divine weapon in the eyes of many water-attributed cultivators. Therefore, when the white-haired old man's voice fell, the auction house was filled with the sound of bidding. "Congratulations, little brother. 15 million. Get the Jade Water Orchid sword." The bidding was very intense. It also caused the atmosphere in the auction house to rise rapidly. The first bidding lasted for a few minutes. Finally, the Jade Water Orchid sword was successfully auctioned off by a slightly skinny man in green with a face full of excitement at the high price of 15 million gold coins. When Xiao Yan saw this, he shook his head continuously. For a sword, he just threw out 10 million gold coins. How stupid was this cultivator? Instead of buying a sword, it would be better to buy some cultivation resources. The first round of bidding was very fast and very short. After all, that sword was not suitable for all cultivators. Therefore, there were not many people bidding for it. After a few more rounds of bidding, the auction had reached the middle stage. Finally, it was time for the people sitting in the front row to make their move. This time, when the auction item appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone present. It was a medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a Tier 7 zone-breaking pill. It could increase the chances of a peak Do Huang breaking through to the Do Zone class by half. This caused everyone in the auction house to be extremely excited. Many cultivators whose strength had stopped at the peak of the Do Huang class stared at the medicinal pill in the jade bottle on the stage with scarlet eyes. They almost rushed up to snatch it. Even the Lu clan, who had been quietly sitting in the high-class private room, looked at the old man on the stage with shining eyes, waiting for him to announce the starting bid. When Xiao Yan saw this, he curled his lips and shook his head repeatedly. This caused Lu Huabai to smile awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. After all, the strongest person in the Lu clan was only a Do Zong. At this moment, Barbarian Xiong had a serious expression as he looked at the zone-breaking pill. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yan, he walked out of the private room. Soon, under the direction of the white-haired old man, a new round of bidding finally began. The starting bid for this zone-breaking pill is 5 million gold coins. The white-haired old man looked at the crowd below the stage and said in a tone that was neither light nor heavy. However, when these words came out, other than the few people sitting in the front row and a few others, the entire auction house instantly fell silent. However, the white-haired old man continued to look at the crowd below the stage with a smile and did not say a word. After Barbarian Xiong killed the few cultivators who had tried to snatch the pill, everyone understood that the rest of the show belonged to the few large factions. Soon, the next round of bidding finally began. 20 million. The first to bid was a white-clothed man sitting in the front row. He was the son of the city lord of the city closest to Qingyang City. His name was Mo Bei, and he was an arrogant and despotic person. He had once tried to forcefully seize the Lu family's truck, but because of his father, the Lu family ended up leaving the matter unsettled. After Mo Bei, many people began to bid one after another. The price of the 7th grade zone-breaking pill was actually raised to 70 million gold coins, and the owner of this price was Mo Bei. Lu Huabai had also bid a few times during this period of time. Whenever he made a sound, the crowd would discover that there was actually someone in the private room that hadn't been opened for a long time. However, when Mo Bei heard Lu Huabai's voice, he coldly smiled and his originally slightly wrinkled brows carried a trace of ridicule. In the end, Mo Bei's bid was still higher, and Lu Huabai was also suppressed by this high price. Lu Huabai's face was gloomy as he took a deep breath. As if he had made a decision, he stood up once again and looked outside the screen. 100 spirit coins. When Mo Bei heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He no longer spoke and resentfully returned to his seat. Chapter 33. As soon as Lu Huabai said this, the whole place became silent. Even the people of the Lu family who were sitting behind Lu Huabai were stunned. Only Xiao Yan looked at everyone strangely. After a long while, the white-haired old man on the stage came back to his senses. He slammed the wooden hammer on the auction table in front of him and said loudly, "The master of the Lu family, Lu Huabai, bids 100 spirit coins once. Are there any higher bids?" Everyone in the auction hall suddenly woke up. The originally quiet auction hall instantly became noisy, as if it was a market that had just opened for business. One by one, the elders of the Lu clan stood up one after another behind Lu Huabai. Their eyes were furious as they stared at Lu Huabai. However, due to Xiao Yan being present, no one uttered a furious reprimand. All they did was use furious gazes to stare intently at Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai was still considered calm. Even though he had spoken 100 coins, his eyes continued to look at the zone-breaking pill at a steady pace, waiting for the white-haired, old man to make the final decision. After a while, the white-haired old man looked at the cultivators in the auction room with a smile. He slammed the wooden hammer in his hand and said loudly, "The master of the Lu family, Lu Huabai, bids 100 spirit coins for the 7th grade breakthrough pill. Congratulations to the master of the Lu family for winning the 7th grade breakthrough pill with 100 spirit coins." As soon as the wooden hammer fell, only a pong sound could be heard. The hammer fell, and the sound was settled. The white-haired old man's voice also entered the ears of Lu Huabai and the others. Lu Huabai expressionlessly sat on the seat. As for the other elders of the Lu family, other than the great elder Lu Xinqing, their expressions were all downcast. They let out a sorrowful sigh and loudly sat down on their seats. When the white-haired old man on the crystal platform took out another auction item, everyone in the private room turned their attention back to the screen. The white-haired old man took out a cloak and once again introduced the wonders of the cloak to everyone in a clear voice. Xiao Yan merely glanced at it before ignoring it. He turned his head to Lu Huabai by the side. Lu Huabai sensed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over and did not dare to slight him. He turned his head respectfully to Xiao Yan and asked, "Senior, do you have any questions? Or are you interested in this cloak? If that's the case, this junior will immediately help Senior take him down." As she said this, she turned her head to look at the cloak. Xiao Yan curled his lips and asked Lu Huabai to turn her head back. Xiao Yan saw Lu Huabai's doubtful gaze, smiled and nodded. Only then did he open his mouth and ask curiously, "Hey, what is the spirit coin that you just used to auction the breakthrough pill?" Tell me about it. Hearing this, Lu Huabai raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but frown. His expression was a little strange. He looked at Xiaoyan as if he was looking at an alien and asked, "Senior, you actually don't know what spirit coins are?" Xiaoyan's pupils shrank slightly when he heard the words, and his face changed slightly. He was stunned for a moment, then he rolled his eyes and continued. "In the past, I have always been training in the deep mountains. Although I have come out before, this is the first time I have heard of something like spirit coins. Therefore, please tell me about it. Let me see what use this spirit coin has. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will also buy a few million spirit coins to play with it." The corner of Lu Huabai's mouth twitched when he heard this. "Senior Xiaoyan, even if your strength has reached the Dosheng class, what do you think spirit coins are? A few million? Just the spirit coins that my Lu clan has accumulated over the past few hundred years and the Wu clan that you have exterminated previously. The total amount of spirit coins that our two clans have is only 20 to 30,000. You have just opened your mouth and asked for a few million spirit coins. I'm afraid that even if I were to rob, I would not be able to get so much spirit coins." Lu Huabai did not say these words out loud, and he did not dare to say them out loud. Earlier, Xiaoyan had clearly warned him that if he were to say anything that made Xiaoyan unhappy, Xiaoyan would be able to kill him with a slap. Therefore, after Lu Huabai pondered for a moment in his heart, he organized his words and opened his mouth to explain to Xiaoyan. Spirit coins are the true common currency of the world. They are different from gold coins. Spirit coins are forged from spirit stones that are agglomerated from the Earth's energy within the Earth's veins over a long period of time. One spirit coin is equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. However, there is definitely no one who is willing to exchange spirit coins for gold coins. After all, gold coins are merely worldly money. They are completely worthless to a true strong person. On the other hand, spirit stones are a kind of energy crystal that is filled with extremely pure natural energy. It can allow a practitioner to train faster and is a top-quality training resource. Moreover, spirit stones can also be used as the energy source for some formations and can be used to support the operation of the formations. Of course, spirit stones are also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones. The different grades of spirit stones are dependent on the amount of natural energy and the purity of the energy contained within. However, there are also some extremely rare top-grade spirit stones that can be directly absorbed and refined by cultivators to increase their strength. However, the rarity of these spirit stones is not inferior to some extinct spirit medicines. It is extremely difficult to come across them. Even if someone happens to come across one, they would have to quickly absorb and refine it. This is because once some strong people know that someone has a top-grade spirit stone on them, they would really be met with a fatal disaster. After all, as the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Therefore, top-grade spirit stones are even rarer on the continent. Whenever a top-grade spirit stone appears, it will cause a bloody storm. When Xiaoyan heard this, he gradually understood the use of spirit coins in his heart. Spirit coins were completely incomparable to gold coins. It was no wonder that Lu Huabai only spent 100 spirit coins and the elders of the Lu clan were so angry. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and turned his head to continue looking at the fiery atmosphere in the auction house. At this moment, in the auction house, the white-haired old man was looking at the crowd below the stage with a smile. His eyes would occasionally sweep across the high-grade private room where Xiaoyan and the others were. After a long while, he slowly stretched out his hand under the impatient gazes of the crowd. In the palm of his hand, a palm-sized jade box lay quietly. The crowd below the stage frowned. It seemed that there were medicinal ingredients inside. This kind of thing was only attractive to alchemists. To them, the chances were too slim. The white-haired old man ignored the change in expression on the crowd's faces. Instead, he stretched out his hand and gently opened the lid of the jade box. Inside it, a scarlet fruit quietly stood. In an instant, the auction ground had become noisy. With the exception of Xiaoyan, everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the vermilion fruit within the jade box. Xiaoyan merely glanced at the vermilion fruit before ignoring it. He sat on the chair and dozed off, causing the expressions of Lu Huabai and the others to appear incomparably embarrassed. Xiaoyan's expression was extremely awkward. At this moment, the white-haired old man had a smile on his face. He looked at the crowd below with satisfaction. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Haha, I believe that everyone is not unfamiliar with this scarlet fruit. Haha, that's right. This scarlet fruit is the scarlet fire scarlet fruit. Once these words were spoken, the crowd below immediately went into an uproar. The scarlet fire scarlet fruit was the most attractive natural medicine to Do Huangs and Do Zongs. The scarlet fire scarlet fruit grew in the depths of a volcano. It absorbed the fire spiritual energy within the volcano to help it grow. The scarlet fire scarlet fruit could absorb the fire spiritual energy and transform it into extremely pure natural energy and store it within the scarlet fruit. When a Do Huang or Do Zong consumed the scarlet fire scarlet fruit during their breakthrough, they could directly break through the bottleneck and advance their strength. Moreover, if they were lucky, they could borrow the wild energy within the fruit to break through once again. It could be said that it was the most valuable item in the hearts of Do Huangs and Do Zongs. Everyone in the auction house also stared at the scarlet fire scarlet fruit in the jade box in the white-haired old man's hand with excitement. The white-haired old man's face once again revealed a satisfied smile. His eyes swept across the entire auction house. Under the fiery gazes of the crowd, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "The owner of the scarlet fire scarlet fruit that is 400 years old can only be exchanged with spirit coins. The starting price is 10 spirit coins." Without any hesitation, the crowd below the stage immediately called out a price. 20 spirit coins. Humph. You still have the nerve to bid. I bid 50 spirit coins. 100 spirit coins. The fierce bidding from below the stage also caused Xiaoyan, who was sleeping with his eyes slightly closed, to slowly open his slightly drowsy eyes. He slightly raised his eyebrows and glanced at the screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Once again, he closed his drowsy eyes and fell into a deep sleep. That auction lasted for a very long time. It lasted for over 10 minutes. In the end, the scarlet fire vermilion fruit was bought by Mo Bei for the high price of 3,000 spirit coins. Even Lu Huabai was defeated in the end and helplessly sat back down on his seat. After the scarlet fire scarlet fruit was bought by Mo Bei, the white-haired old man's eyes swept across the entire auction house with a smile. The white-haired old man looked at the crowd and said, "I believe that all of you have obtained what you want today. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't get it. Because all of you know that the following time is the time for you to exchange your items. As long as you don't fight, the Heavenly Clouds auction house will not interfere. Now, I announce that this year's Heavenly Clouds auction has come to an end." Wait! This shout caused the entire auction house to tremble. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a tall and sturdy bald man with a fierce-looking face and a maggot-like scar on his face walking towards the center of the crystal stage. The shout of "wait" came from his mouth. The white-haired old man bowed towards Barbarian Xiong and respectfully shouted, "President! President!" Barbarian Xiong nodded his head and made a sound of acknowledgement. He walked to the center of the crystal stage and turned around to look at the crowd below the stage. "In today's auction, I plan to help a senior bid for a few more items. Everyone, you don't have any objections, right? You can be at ease. The items that the senior wants me to help him auction are items that you don't have the qualifications to see on a normal day. Today, the senior is in a good mood and wants to let you gradually see the world." That's right. Something like the scarlet fire scarlet fruit. Heh, compared to the senior's items, it's nothing more than trash. Hua! The moment those words came out, the entire auction house went into an uproar. Mo Bei, who was seated in the front row, stood up with a fiery expression and asked Barbarian Xiong, "Haha, since that's the case, may I know when President Barbarian Xiong will start the auction?" "Ha ha ha ha. All right, I announce that the auction will continue. Remember, the following items can only be auctioned with spirit coins." Hua! The entire auction house went into an uproar once again. Chapter 34. Barbarian Xiong let out a mischievous laugh. His fierce-looking face, coupled with the eye-catching scar, caused the corners of the mouths of the people below the stage to twitch. However, with the treasure in front of them, they couldn't care less about it. They could only forcefully endure the nausea in their hearts and continue watching. Barbarian Xiong grinned as he looked at the crowd. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his huge palm. The contrast between Barbarian Xiong's palm and the jade bottle was a stark contrast. The people below the stage faintly wrinkled their brows upon seeing this. Clearly, if it were an ordinary pill, they wouldn't be interested in it. Barbarian Xiong let out a sneer. He opened the jade bottle and poured out a perfectly round pill the size of a longan fruit. As soon as the pill came out, an extremely rich pill fragrance immediately filled the entire auction house. The expressions of everyone present changed in an instant. Their gazes towards the fragrant pill were instantly replaced by greed and an extremely strong desire to possess it. Mo Bei, who was sitting in the front row, stood up. His face was flushed red from excitement as he looked at the pill in Barbarian Xiong's hand. He couldn't wait to shout out to Barbarian Xiong. "President Barbarian Xiong, may I know how this pill will be auctioned?" Barbarian Xiong smiled as he swept his gaze across the fiery gazes of the people present. In the end, he nodded his head towards the high-class box that Xiaoyan was in. This caused Mo Bei, who had been watching Barbarian Xiong, to slightly narrow his eyes. Following Barbarian Xiong's gaze, his brows slightly wrinkled. Wasn't that the box where Lu Huabai and the other members of the Lu clan were seated? Could it be that the senior that Barbarian Xiong was talking about was there? This caused Mo Bei's calm expression to slightly change. If that was really the case, then how could the Lu family be in that private room? Or could it be that all of this was Lu Huabai's doing? He wanted to deceive her and trick her. However, how could Barbarian Xiong help him for no reason? While Mo Bei's brows were still wrinkled as he pondered this question, Barbarian Xiong let out a hearty laugh. His bear-like laughter reverberated throughout the auction house. His sharp gaze swept across the entire auction house before he finally opened his mouth to speak. "Good. Since young Master Mo has spoken, then I won't say anything more. First, let me introduce this medicinal pill to you. First, this medicinal pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire auction house turned deathly silent. Even Mo Bei, who had a melancholy expression on his face, suddenly raised his head as he looked at Barbarian Xiong, who was standing on the stage, with an astonished expression on his face. 8th grade medicinal pills. Everyone present looked at Barbarian Xiong with bloodshot eyes. The sound of people swallowing their saliva resounded throughout the auction house. Barbarian Xiong let out a sneer. His gaze was as if he was looking at a group of idiots. After a long while, he opened his mouth once again. This pill is an 8th grade pill called the Spirit Cleansing Pill. It can allow a cultivator to cultivate at all times for a year. Even if they don't deliberately cultivate, the cultivation method will automatically circulate today and help the cultivator increase their strength. Moreover, if it is circulated together with the cultivation method, the speed will be even faster than usual. Hua! As soon as those words were spoken, the auction house immediately went into an uproar. Some people even stood up, wanting to act like the people before them and snatch the pill by force. However, they were pulled back by death. Those people who had made a move earlier didn't have a good price to pay. At this crucial moment, they were saved by the fear in their hearts. As they looked at Barbarian Xiong on the stage, the few people who had stood up resentfully returned to their seats. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable greed. Barbarian Xiong let out a sneer as he looked at the few people who had returned to their seats with a sneer. Due to the fierce look on his face, his smile was rather frightening. It also caused the few people to unconsciously tremble as traces of cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Barbarian Xiong's huge palm slapped the auction stage in front of him. The sound of the slap attracted everyone's attention. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Barbarian Xiong said in a clear voice, 8th grade medicinal pill, Spirit Cleansing Pill. The starting price is 200 spirit coins. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire auction house went into an uproar once again. Without any hesitation, Mo Bei stood up and shouted at Barbarian Xiong. "I bid 500 spirit coins." As for the disciples of the other powers, they didn't fall behind in the slightest as they shouted one after another. 800 spirit coins. 900 spirit coins. I bid 1,200 spirit coins. Who dares to fight with me? I'll chop him up right now. As soon as those words were spoken, Barbarian Xiong coldly snorted as he glared at that person. Humph! Sir, your words are a little too much. That person was suddenly startled when he heard those words. His expression slightly changed as he apologized and resentfully returned to his seat. The bidding continued. 1,700 spirit coins. 2,000 spirit coins. 2,100 spirit coins. 2,500 spirit coins. 3,000 spirit coins. Mo Bei violently shouted as he looked at Barbarian Xiong with his scarlet eyes. As soon as he said 3,000 spirit coins, the entire auction house became silent. Everyone looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. It seemed that the 8th grade spirit cleansing pill was already in Mo Bei's pocket. Barbarian Xiong had a frightening smile on his face as he raised his wooden hammer. Just as he was about to strike down, a vigorous middle-aged man's voice suddenly resounded throughout the auction house. I bid 5,000 spirit coins. In the next instant, everyone's gazes instantly turned towards the high-class box. That was because the voice had come from there. Even Barbarian Xiong had a blank expression on his face as he looked at the high-class box. As for Mo Bei, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity as he looked at the high-class box with a strange expression on his face. Mo Bei blinked his eyes a couple of times as he frowned. Could it be that this expert didn't recognize Lu Huabai and that Lu Huabai was willing to pay a huge price in order to climb up to him? After hesitating for a moment, Mo Bei ultimately didn't follow up. It wasn't difficult to bid a high price. However, the key point was that he didn't have the ability to do so. His ability came from his father, who was the city lord. He couldn't represent his father. In the end, Lu Huabai won the 8th grade spirit cleansing pill for 5,000 spirit coins. Although it was a little painful, Lu Huabai was confident that he would be able to break through to the Do Zun class within 2 years if he could make good use of this 8th grade spirit cleansing pill. Thinking about the strength of a Do Zun, Lu Huabai's heart calmed down. After all, as long as he had the strength, what did he lack? In this world, one's fist spoke. If one's fist was big enough, there was nothing one couldn't obtain. Moreover, these things were auctioned off by the Anti-Inflammatory Association. In the end, those spirit coins would end up in the hands of his own people. He would just take it as using this opportunity to climb up to Senior Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's narrowed eyelids slightly opened as he glanced at Lu Huabai's resolute face. Then, he closed his eyes once again and quietly fell asleep. Barbarian Xiong glanced at the black mass of heads in the auction house. He slapped the auction table with his palm, causing a loud sound to resound throughout the auction house. Everyone's gazes were once again attracted by his palm. Barbarian Xiong grinned in satisfaction as his robust voice sounded out once again. He extended his palm forward and a silver scroll appeared in his hand. After which he said in a clear voice, "The second auction item is the D high-level Qi method, Lightning Dragon Sky Roaring Art." Immediately after, Barbarian Xiong waved his other hand forward and another silver scroll appeared in his other hand. With a wave of his arm, the scroll opened. Bang! In an instant, a lightning dragon soared out from the scroll and soared into the sky, causing waves of thunder to ring out. As the lightning dragon soared, the air trembled as strands of lightning shot out from nowhere. Seeing this scene, everyone under the stage flew back one after another and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Mo Bei wanted to withdraw from the stage. However, he saw Barbarian Xiong throw the scroll into the air with his other hand. With a palm strike, an energy palm condensed from Do Qi appeared out of thin air and shot towards Mo Bei. Mo Bei's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His body, which was flying toward the crystal stone platform, made a sharp turn in the air. He stepped on the edge of the crystal stone platform and shot out. The huge energy palm also gradually retreated in the air and finally disappeared. After the energy palm disappeared, Barbarian Xiong's voice that was filled with anger rolled out. "Great young Master Mo. Could it be that you want to break the rules of my auction house? Are you trying to snatch something from me? Let me tell you, this isn't your northern Mo city." Hearing this, Mo Bei was startled. He knew that Barbarian Xiong was truly enraged this time. He hastily stopped retreating and cupped his hands towards Barbarian Xiong as an apology. "I naturally know the rules of the auction house. However, I was unable to restrain my curiosity after seeing the might of the Qi method. Therefore I wanted to go up the stage to investigate. I was careless and almost caused a huge mistake. I hope that President Barbarian Xiong can forgive me." Barbarian Xiong glared at Mo Bei. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a bone-chilling cold snort. When this cold snort came out, the entire auction house instantly went silent. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their bodies couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they were in 10,000-year-old ice, causing them to feel extremely cold. When Barbarian Xiong heard this cold snort, his body instantly turned sluggish. After an instant, Barbarian Xiong hurriedly cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan's high-class private room and bowed. This junior has failed in his duty and allowed someone to taint the item that senior wanted to auction. I hope that senior can forgive me. If senior isn't satisfied, this junior will kill the person who tainted senior's divine item. As he spoke, he was about to attack Amo Bei when the owner of the voice spoke once again. All right, I'll let you off this time. Treat it as giving you juniors a chance. If you do it again, there's no need for him to take action. I'll do it myself. When these words were spoken, everyone present instantly felt the temperature in the auction house become dark and cold. Barbarian Xiong and Amo Bei hurriedly nodded their heads in response. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. From the faint might that was transmitted from the voice earlier, Amo Bei could determine that the strength of this person was at least that of a 5-star dozun. It wasn't that his northern Emo city didn't have elite dozuns. However, with the strength of his northern Emo city, he couldn't afford to offend someone with such strength. After thinking for a moment, he understood the consequences in his heart and naturally admitted defeat. After this small interlude, the auction naturally continued. However, no one dared to speak carelessly in the auction house. They didn't use their strength to oppress others. Instead, they followed the rules of the auction, causing the atmosphere in the auction house to become a little strange. Chapter 35. In the auction house's high-class room, Lu Huabai looked at Xiao Yan, who was snoring away with his eyes closed. Lu Huabai's eyes were filled with gratitude. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he looked at Xiao Yan and softly said, Senior Xiao Yan, many thanks. N. Lu Huabai's eyes slightly narrowed, but he smiled once again. He didn't say anything else as he quietly watched the auction. After the previous matter, everyone was already quite interested in this auction. Although the words of that senior were a bit ruthless, the items being auctioned were all extraordinary items. Thus, everyone was able to accept it. Chang Fengyuan, this senior was only asking them to follow his rules. As long as they properly bid and didn't make any movements, this senior wouldn't pay them any attention. This was how an auction should be. After the interlude, Barbarian Xiong continued with the auction. A vigorous and clear laughter resounded throughout the auction house. Barbarian Xiong's face was filled with fierceness as he laughed loudly and said, All right. What happened just now was only a small interlude. There is no need to take it to heart. Next, I will introduce this cultivation method to everyone. As he spoke, he held the unopened scroll in his hand and raised it up high in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, High Earth Rank Cultivation Method, Lightning Dragon Sky Roaring Art. Lightning Attribute Cultivation Method. After cultivating this cultivation method, one can use heavenly lightning as a companion and transform it into a lightning dragon within their body. This lightning dragon can be used to summon heavenly lightning. When a cultivator cultivates this cultivation method, they can also summon heavenly lightning during battle to help them attack their enemies. Its power is enormous and can be used as a great trump card. After he finished speaking, Barbarian Xiong withdrew his hand that was holding the cultivation method and extended his other hand that was holding the open scroll forward. He then said, This is a Do skill scroll that complements the Lightning Dragon Sky Roaring Art. It is also a high Earth rank Do skill and is called Lightning Dragon Sky Shattering Art. Once these words were spoken, the crowd below the stage went into an uproar once again. Just a scroll of a cultivation method was already so powerful. If a Do skill was added to it, just how heaven-defying would its power be? Barbarian Xiong ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd below the stage and continued. Lightning Dragon Sky Shattering Art is divided into 5 forms. First style. Thunder appears. Using the Thunder Dragon Sky Roaring Art to cultivate the power of the heavenly thunder, he could move heaven and earth, trigger the heavenly thunder, and use the power of the heavenly thunder to launch the strongest attack. Its power shook the heavens. Second style. Heavenly Punishment. Based on the foundation of the first style, it drew upon the heavenly thunder and used the might of the heavenly thunder to attack the enemy. Its power was immense. Third style. Lightning Snakes Fill the Sky. Using one's own fighting aura to transform into tens of thousands of lightning bolts, gathering the energy of heaven and earth to fuse with the lightning bolts, finally transforming into tens of thousands of lightning snakes, filling the sky. Cultivators could detonate all of these lightning snakes in an instant. The power of the explosion was great, and the attack range was wide, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge. Fourth style. Heavenly Flood Dragon. He merged all the Do Qi in his body into the power of the heavenly lightning and evolved it into a violent lightning flood dragon, which launched a fatal attack at the enemy. Its power was so great that it could destroy mountains and rivers. Fifth style. Thunder Dragon Destruction. It was the same as the fourth style, but it required the cultivator to cultivate the Thunder Dragon's sky-roaring art to the large success stage. The power of the heavenly thunder within the cultivator's body would be transformed into the final great expansion purple lightning, fusing it with the lightning dragon that the cultivator had condensed, and using the lightning dragon's body to launch the strongest attack, Thunder Dragon Destruction. With the power to break the heavens, break all things, and shake the heavens and earth. Once these words were spoken, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the audience. Even those who didn't cultivate lightning attribute cultivation methods were looking at Barbarian Xiong with fiery expressions. Their eyes were filled with greed and longing that couldn't be erased. There were even some people who hated the fact that they weren't lightning attribute cultivation methods and Do skills. Why did they miss out on such a good cultivation method and Do skill? Barbarian Xiong fiercely looked at the crowd beneath him and fiercely slammed his palm onto the auction table. After several fierce slaps, the sturdy auction table began to crack. After the sound of the collision subsided, everyone looked at Barbarian Xiong. Barbarian Xiong took a step forward and swept his gaze across the audience. He then said, Thunder Dragon's sky-roaring art, cultivation method, and Do skill. The starting price is 1,000 spirit coins, and each increment must not be less than 100 spirit coins. Now let the bidding begin. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the people who were extremely excited and wanted to bid instantly turned dull. After that, they sat back down in their seats with dispirited expressions. Only the people in the front row hesitated for a moment before sighing. They looked at the two scrolls in Barbarian Xiong's hand and began to bid. 1,500 spirit coins. 3,000 spirit coins. I'll bid 4,000 spirit coins. Humph. Senior has such a good item. Yet none of you are willing to bid. I, Mo Bei, am willing to bid 10,000 spirit coins for Senior's cultivation method. I believe that none of you have a better price, right? Mo Bei's eyes narrowed. He turned his head and smiled at the people in the front row as he slowly opened his mouth and said. Seeing this, the people in the front row slightly narrowed their eyes and wrinkled their brows. After pondering for a moment, they finally sighed. Barbarian Xiong on the stage also wrinkled his brows and was about to open his mouth. Humph. Whoosh. Everyone's spirit shook in an instant and a trace of reverence appeared on their faces. Barbarian Xiong looked at Mo Bei with a sneer on his face and remained silent. At this moment, Mo Bei felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. Cold sweat unceasingly appeared on his forehead and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He tightly clenched his teeth as he continuously sucked in cold air between his teeth. Mo Bei swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. His face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead bulged as they continuously squirmed. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Senior, this junior knows his wrongs. This junior is willing to pay all the spirit coins I have. I hope that Senior will be magnanimous and forgive this junior this time. Xiao Yan's eyelids slightly trembled when he heard this. However, he didn't open his eyes. He rolled his eyes and coldly said, Humph. Since you're from the younger generation, scram. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding rang out beside everyone's ears. Mo Bei's slightly skinny figure flew backwards with a bang and heavily collided with a pillar in the auction ground. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Bei's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. However, he still forcibly propped himself up and half knelt on the ground. His entire body trembled as he respectfully said, Many thanks, Senior. This junior will strictly abide by the rules for your kindness of not killing me. With the support of his subordinates, Mo Bei returned to his seat with great difficulty. Although his complexion was deathly pale, he still looked at the cultivation method with fiery eyes. The people from the other powers beside Mo Bei looked at all of this with a face full of schadenfreude. Soon after, the auction naturally continued. Barbarian Xiong looked at Mo Bei with a face full of ridicule. He then looked at the people in the auction house, especially the disciples from the powers in the front row. Since young master Mo Bei has said so earlier, I wonder if there is anyone who wishes to continue bidding for this Qi method Do technique, Thunder Dragon Sky Roaring skill. If there is no one else, then this D-class high-level Do technique chi method will belong to young Master Mo Bei. When everyone heard this, they looked at Mo Bei with ridicule. Soon after, they didn't say anything. They returned to their seats and calmly looked at the farce in the auction house. Barbarian Xiong swept his gaze over the people in the auction house. His gaze stopped on Mo Bei and he said with a beaming smile, "Young Master Mo, in that case, this set of chi method and Do technique shall be yours. Remember your words. Senior is not so easily fooled." When these words were spoken, Mo Bei's originally pale complexion instantly flushed red. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Mo Bei looked at Barbarian Xiong with a gaze full of resentment. A low sound came from his throat like a beast's roar. However, in the end, he could only sit in his seat and gasp for breath with scarlet eyes. In the midst of his humiliation and unwillingness, Mo Bei handed over all the spirit coins in his storage ring. Barbarian Xiong ignored Mo Bei's resentful gaze and looked at the large pile of spirit coins in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. After a long while, under the fiery gazes of the people in the auction house, Barbarian Xiong called out a number. 28,000 spirit coins. Heh! Young Master Mo is truly extravagant. This is the first time in many years that my auction house has seen such a large amount of spirit coins. The people in the auction house gasped in surprise again and again. This was truly the style of a rich person. However, it was a pity that it ended up benefiting someone else. While gasping in surprise, there were also some traces of ridicule. However, the auction still had to continue. Barbarian Xiong waved his huge palm once again, and another auction item appeared on the auction stage. The atmosphere in the auction house was once again heated up. However, there was a slight difference. Ever since Mo Bei, the price of each auction item had never been lower than 10,000 spirit coins. That was because no one dared to go lower than 10,000 spirit coins. Every time the final price didn't exceed 10,000 spirit coins, a cold snort would resound in the auction house for no reason. This caused everyone in the auction house to feel as if there was a thorn in their backs. Although they were reluctant to part with the spirit coins, what could be more precious than their lives? Money could only be spent if they were alive. In the high-class private room in the auction house, Lu Huabai and the other members of the Lu family looked at each other in dismay. They looked at the auction in the auction house and swallowed their saliva from time to time. Their faces were filled with envy that couldn't be wiped away. In the end, they even felt somewhat numb. Powerhouses were indeed people who didn't lack money the least. Alchemists and the like were only so if they didn't have strength and ability. Time flowed by, and a day passed in this way in this fiery auction. At this moment, the sky was already turning dark. Finally, the last auction item was bought by a short and stout merchant at a high price of 40,000 spirit coins. At this moment, Barbarian Xiong finally let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swept across the auction house and he nodded slightly. He then said in a clear voice, "Today's auction is exceptionally intense. It is also the largest auction held by the Heavenly Cloud Auction House in the southwest region for many years. Of course, this is all thanks to the senior who gave our Heavenly Cloud Auction House such a good opportunity. I, Barbarian Xiong, represent the Heavenly Cloud Auction House in Qingyang City to express my gratitude to the senior." After saying that, Barbarian Xiong deeply bowed towards the high-class private room where Xiaoyan was. He then stood up and continued speaking. "Finally, I announce that this year's Heavenly Cloud Auction House auction has come to an end." Bang! Intense applause sounded from below the stage. Soon after, everyone in the auction house dispersed and the building was empty. Xiaoyan returned to the Lu mansion with a smile on his face. After returning to his room, Xiaoyan hurriedly counted today's harvest. After probing with his spiritual strength, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled up into a smile. He had actually obtained a total of 280,000 spirit coins. This made Xiaoyan extremely excited. However, he still steadied his mind and tidied up a little before lying down on his bed and snoring loudly. Chapter 36. Lu Mansion. Discussion Hall. Lu Huabai sat on the main seat while head elder Lu Xinqing sat beside him. Below him were the various elders of the family. At that instant, the atmosphere within the hall was extremely strange. Almost everyone other than head elder Lu Xinqing had faces of embarrassment as they looked at the head of the family, Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai looked at the various elders below with a face full of anger. He exchanged glances with the first elder beside him and saw the dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. After a while, Lu Huabai opened his eyes wide. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the few elders below and angrily reprimanded. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Humph. At this moment, you all feel that Senior Xiao Yan is beneficial to our Lu family and want me to go and speak nicely to him. What do you take me, the clan leader, for? What do you take Senior Xiao Yan for? You all really have guts." When the various Lu family elders below heard this, their expressions changed slightly and they frowned slightly. One of them stood up, stared at Lu Huabai and said, "Clan leader, it's not right for you to say something like this. Family head, it's not right for you to speak like that. You are the family head of our Lu family. Why is it that when you speak, you sound like that senior subordinate?" That elder coldly laughed. After which, his face carried ridicule as he quickly said, "You couldn't have been frightened by his terrifying strength, right? Or perhaps, it was the medicinal pills on him that attracted you? Heh! He is only a person who is afraid of death and is bound by the heavenly lightning. Isn't it giving him too much face to have our Lu family use all our manpower to rope him in? In a while, when clan leader sees him, as long as he casually mentions the ancestors' matter, then wouldn't he?" That Lu family elder originally wanted to continue speaking. However, he suddenly saw that after clan leader Lu Huabai and first elder Lu Xinqing heard this, their originally gloomy faces instantly changed greatly. Lu Huabai's face was gloomy. His expression was almost crazy as he opened his mouth and roared, "Shut up! You're looking to die!" The two of them simultaneously stomped their feet on the ground as their bodies charged toward him. Do Qi wildly surged out from their bodies as each of them threw a punch at the Lu clan's elder. The expression of the Lu clan's elder drastically changed upon seeing this. He wanted to withdraw, but how could he be a match for two 8-star Do Zongs? His path of retreat had already been sealed. At this moment, he no longer had any place to retreat. All he could do was forcefully block the attacks from the two of them. Boom! The sound of flesh colliding resounded within the large hall. Only at this moment did the other people within the large hall react. They turned their heads, only to see that the elder of the Lu clan, who had spoken earlier, was like a ball of meat at this moment. Like a cannonball, he shot backwards, smashing the door of the large hall, which was made of good quality cedar wood. Finally, he collided with the wall outside the large hall, creating a large hole. When the other elders of the Lu family saw this, their complexions changed and instantly became serious. They all stood up from their seats and took a step back. They stood together and surrounded Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing in the hall. One of them even scolded angrily. "Lu Huabai, Lu Xinqing, are the two of you planning to betray our Lu clan?" Lu Huabai coldly snorted when he heard this. He turned around and looked at the few elders who had surrounded the two of them. The first elder, Lu Xinqing, frowned slightly. He sighed softly and looked at the other elders before helplessly opening his mouth to speak. "All of you should look clearly. That fellow Lu Kai asked for it. If the old me and the clan head had not attacked and seriously injured him, it is likely that his corpse would have already turned into nothingness." The expressions of all the elders changed when they heard this. One of the elders hesitated for a moment before he could not resist opening his mouth to ask Lu Xinqing, "First elder, what do you mean by this?" "First elder, I wonder what you mean by these words of yours. Didn't the clan head say that Xiao Yan would become the most loyal member of our Lu clan after he came out when he entered the Golden Plate? However, the meaning of your words now is that he still has the ability to kill a member of our Lu clan?" When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed again. If that was the case, they had shown dissatisfaction towards Xiao Yan before and had even been disrespectful to him behind his back. Now, wouldn't they all be dead without a doubt? When the elders heard this, their faces became worried. Some of the more cowardly elders were even trembling in fear. When the first elder saw this, he was just about to open his mouth and answer the elder who had asked him the question when Lu Huabai, who was beside him, heavily snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold. Scram! The seniors must have already known about this beforehand. However, since the seniors did not make a move, it means that they have given you a chance. If you don't want to die, scram to the courtyard in front of Xiao Yan's door and kneel. Wait for Senior Xiao Yan to come out and forgive you. Otherwise, even if the ancestors appear, they will not be able to save you. When the elders heard this, their expressions changed once again. They had always been in a high position. Now that they had to kneel and beg for forgiveness from others, it was somewhat difficult for them to accept. Humph. Since you don't want to go, then wait for death. Lu Huabai glared at the elders. With a wave of his big sleeve, he left the hall. The first elder also sighed and shook his head. He did not say anything and also followed out. Everyone looked at the two people who had disappeared from their sight and looked at each other. In the end, a somewhat short and fat elder was the first to run out with a sullen face. Not long after, all the elders in the hall had completely disappeared. Clan head, do you think something will happen to them? The two of them walked on a small path within the residence. The first elder's expression was slightly worried as he looked at Lu Huabai who was beside him. His tone was somewhat downcast as he asked. When Lu Huabai heard this, he shook his head and sighed. He stood with his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the sky. The first elder also stopped and looked at Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai quietly stood there for a moment before he opened his mouth and said, "It will all depend on the will of the heavens. They are indeed too self-righteous. In the world of the strong, what can a clan do? It will depend on themselves. I only hope that the seniors can let them go. However, if they are really stubborn, then let them be." After saying this, Lu Huabai's raised head also fell down. Looking at his eyes, there was actually a slight redness. The first elder also sighed and did not say anything else. The two of them walked along the small path together and gradually went further away. In the Lu residence, in front of Xiaoyan's bedroom, there were many figures kneeling in the originally empty courtyard at this very moment. Some of the Lu clan's disciples who had coincidentally heard of this matter had also come to investigate. Seeing these elders from their clan, who were usually high and mighty, actually kneeling in front of Xiaoyan's door with an expression as if they had done something wrong, these younger generation members of the Lu clan endlessly frowned. As they frowned, the elders who were kneeling in the courtyard also frowned endlessly. It was fine if they had done something wrong and had to kneel here. However, they, as a group of elders of the clan, were kneeling here and were surrounded by a group of younger generation members of the clan. This caused the expressions of the elders to become extremely ugly. They wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Finally, after waiting for an unknown amount of time, an angry shout rang out from outside the door behind them. The Lu clan's disciples who had come to watch the show were finally dispersed. All of you scram. Humph. A group of little brats. Do the elders need you to watch them do things? All of you, scram and go cultivate. As punishment, you are not allowed to leave the residence for 10 days. Phew, once the crowd dispersed, the elders finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, when they thought of the danger they were about to face, their expressions became downcast. In the courtyard, there was a group of kneeling figures, but the room was completely empty. There was only a young man in white sitting cross-legged on the bed at this moment. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. As he breathed in and out, wisps of white energy were exhaled from his nose, causing the curtains hanging by the side of the bed to flutter incessantly. The dou qi in Xiaoyan's body continued to circulating along the route of the flame mantra qi method. Finally, it returned to the space within the vortex. Following the circulation of the qi method in Xiaoyan's body, between heaven and earth, the energy of the world gathered into thin lines of energy. From Xiaoyan's Tianling point and pores all over his body, they entered Xiaoyan's body and disappeared. Within Xiaoyan's body, waves of mottled energy of the world followed Xiaoyan's guidance and circulated within his tendons and veins. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, they were transformed into wisps of pure energy and were absorbed by Xiaoyan into the vortex space. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already passed. The strange situation around Xiaoyan's body had finally calmed down. Phew! After letting out a long sigh, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. With a flip of his palm, an extremely ancient scroll appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. He extended his hand and opened it. Once the scroll was opened, the first thing that entered his eyes were 5 bright silver ancient words. 9 Transformation Body Art. Chapter 37. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Xiaoyan extended his hand and unfurled the scroll in his hand. What entered his eyes were the bright silver words 9 Transformation Body Art. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His spiritual strength poured out and entered the scroll. As the owner, Xiaoyan was completely unaware of what was happening in the courtyard outside his house. Buzz! A soul-shaking buzzing sound exploded from the depths of Xiao Yan's soul. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Immediately, he gathered his spiritual strength and let out a cold snort. After the sound, Xiao Yan's body, which was formed from his spiritual strength, appeared in a white and empty space. The entire space appeared to be very big and very vast. Not far from Xiao Yan saw that there seemed to be an arc that was not in harmony with the space, yet was completely merged into one. That's right, it was an arc that was not smooth. There was no pattern to it and no trace could be found. At a glance, it seemed to be a wrinkle in the entire space. However, this wrinkle seemed to have no end. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to be grave. His spiritual strength gathered together and probed the huge wrinkle. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength followed the lines of the wrinkle and gradually extended. However, in the end, he was unable to retract his spiritual strength. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. He once again looked at this white and empty world. His mind was filled with thoughts. After a long time, Xiao Yan could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it! What kind of Do skill is this? When Yuan Qing gave it to me, he did not even tell me how to practice it. How am I supposed to find the method to practice it in such a big space? Xiao Yan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he continued to curse in a low voice. However, just as Xiao Yan could not help but want to roar angrily, his eyes brightened slightly. His expression as he looked at the entire space also changed a little. Xiao Yan calmed his mind. Both of his eyes were shut. His spiritual strength spread out and spread over the entire space. A while later, Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open as a smile appeared on his lips. He raised his head and looked up. It was still a vast expanse of emptiness, but Xiao Yan seemed to have seen something as he laughed happily. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't think of the cultivation method of the 9-body transformation technique. It's because my heart has shrunk too small. This seemingly empty space was the cultivation method that I was looking for. Haha, I've learned a lot. Xiao Yan let out a low sigh. His body shook and his originally normal-sized body swiftly swelled. Within a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's body was already a couple of thousand feet tall if one were to look at his body size from where he had been standing earlier. However, Xiao Yan continued to grow. Based on the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes, he did not seem to have reached the end. Moments later, Xiao Yan's constantly expanding body finally came to a stop. Xiao Yan looked at the object in front of him and smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc. In the vast expanse of emptiness, 10 figures stood separately. Among them, there were 9 figures that looked exactly the same. They stood at their respective positions with lifeless expressions. Their eyes were empty and their arms drooped naturally, just like 9 puppets. Xiao Yan's face revealed a joyous smile when he saw this. That's right, these 9 figures were the 9-body transformation technique of the 9-body transformation technique. The 9 bodies were the entry level of the 9-body transformation technique. As long as Xiao Yan was able to cultivate the 9 bodies, Xiao Yan could be considered to have truly begun to practice the 9-body transformation technique. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan possessed 2 types of transformation techniques, he only knew one of the 2 Do skills. Moreover, the difficulty of this 9-body transformation technique was likely to be quite high from Xiao Yan's point of view. At the very least, from how Yuan Qing had immersed himself in this 9-body transformation technique for so many years, he had only reached the initial level. From the looks of it, he would need a lot of time if he wanted to master the 9-body transformation technique to the advanced level. However, it was helpless. Ever since Xiao Yan had experienced the matter of the flame demon old ghost, he felt that his future path would not be smooth. If he only relied on the 3000 lightning movement, it would likely be very difficult for him to avoid it. Strength is still the most important thing. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. His eyes carried a thread of worry as he sighed. After which, his eyes turned and instantly became determined as he muttered to himself. Looks like the most urgent thing now is to quickly head to the northern region and meet Old Hai. Only in this way will I be able to possess sufficient strength to protect myself. Once he said this, he turned his gaze and looked at the 9-body transformation technique in his hand. He focused his attention and began to practice. There was no time or day in training. Until today, 5 days had already passed since Xiao Yan had closed his door to train. The The various elders in the courtyard outside had also obediently knelt in the courtyard for 5 days during the days that Xiaoyan had been in his closed-door training. Although they had knelt for 5 days, the various elders did not dare to have the slightest complaint. After all, they had knelt here for 5 days. This meant that Xiaoyan was only punishing them and would not directly kill them. Since this was the case, how could they not properly grab hold of this opportunity? After all, it was better to live than to die a good death. Having a life was the absolute truth. Hence, as long as Xiaoyan did not kill them, they could just kneel. In any case, the entire clan had seen them and it did not matter anymore. Creak. The various elders' bent bodies quickly knelt properly. More than 10 pairs of eyes stared closely at the wooden door that Xiaoyan slowly opened. Xiaoyan strode out of the door. Just as he exhaled a long breath, he was instantly stunned. He blinked a few times, raised his eyebrows high, and opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the elders of the Lu family kneeling in the courtyard. A long while later, under the sighing gazes of all the elders, Xiaoyan lifted his large hand and helped all the elders up. All the elders followed his lead and stood up. Their faces were respectful as they lowered their eyebrows, not daring to make eye contact with Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His eyes kept darting around. After a few breaths, he seemed to have understood something in his heart. His eyes dimmed, but there was still a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoyan said faintly, "All of you leave. I'm going out to train for a period of time. All of you leave." Hearing this, the elders' faces flashed with a hint of luck. They cupped their hands towards Xiaoyan and left the small courtyard. However, during this period of time, a few of the weaker ones did not dare to use Do Qi because of the punishment of 5 days of kneeling. Although they were Do Huangs, they still could not bear it. Thus, it was quite difficult for them to walk. Seeing this, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He waved his sleeves and a few rays of light flew out. Seeing this, the elders' faces suddenly changed. Just as they were about to use all their strength to withdraw, their pupils suddenly constricted and they stood still. The few elders opened their hands. A jade bottle lay horizontally in their palms. Joy instantly filled the faces of the few elders when they saw this. The gazes they used to look at Xiaoyan were filled with respect. After which, they opened their mouths and spoke in unison. "Thank you, Senior, for the pill. This junior is very grateful." Xiaoyan made a sound of acknowledgement and did not say anything else. After all of them left, he closed the door and disappeared from Qingyang City. A few days later, outside Qingyang City, in the ancient desolate forest. Bang! An illusionary figure that seemed to be an afterimage but was even more real than an afterimage gradually disappeared from the air. It turned into nothingness and disappeared. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into droplets under Xiaoyan's frown and dripped onto his eyebrows. After which, the droplets fell onto the ground and smashed into a shallow watermark that was hidden in the soil. Xiaoyan panted slightly. The seals in his hands that appeared to be extremely familiar changed once again. As the seals changed, waves of ripples spread out in all directions, forming circular ripples like water waves. Xiaoyan's expression was grave. His spiritual strength was extremely agglomerated and his attention was highly focused. The seals in his hands changed rapidly. Suddenly, Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry from his mouth. "Condense!" The spiritual strength all over Xiaoyan's body swiftly agglomerated in front of him. A faint human-shaped illusionary figure gradually appeared. The swiftly changing seals in Xiaoyan's hands suddenly stopped. His mouth once again emitted an explosive cry. Spirit transformation realm. Separate. Bang. The illusionary figure scattered again and finally disappeared. Xiaoyan frowned deeply. The most difficult part of the 9-body transformation skill was the condensation of the 9 incarnations at the beginning. Originally, Xiaoyan thought that it would not be difficult for him to do the first step since he had practiced the illusory body of 3,000 thunders as a foundation. However, the first step of the 9-body transformation skill was many times more difficult than the illusory body of 3,000 thunders. The most basic part of the illusory body of 3,000 thunders was to condense a spiritual illusory body with powerful spiritual strength. As long as it could exist in this world and with his own control, he would be able to condense it and supplement his strength in the future. Sooner or later, he would be able to cultivate it to the profound level. However, the 9-body transformation skill was completely different. Although the 9-body transformation skill also required the condensation of a spiritual illusory body of 3,000 thunders, it had one point that the illusory body of 3,000 thunders did not. The 9-body transformation skill required the condensation of a spiritual illusory body of the first spiritual illusory body to be divided into 9 incarnations in an instant. Only then could it be regarded as the official start of the 9-body transformation skill. It was this point that made Xiaoyan feel quite helpless. Chapter 38. Ha! Condense for me. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. His attention was highly focused. Droplets of perspiration followed his face as the seal on his hand changed repeatedly. His spiritual strength spread out and agglomerated in front of him. A human-shaped illusory figure that looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan's was gradually formed. Xiaoyan saw the opportunity. A thought passed through his mind and the seal in his hand swiftly changed. Bang! Unfortunately, in the end, the soul shadow still exploded into countless tiny light spots with a bang and gradually disappeared into the void. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, but the expression on his face was extremely calm. He no longer had the impatient expression from before. It was as if he already knew that he would fail. Xiaoyan paused for a moment and changed the seals in his hands again. His spiritual strength gathered again and he continued to change the seals expressionlessly. The speed of his hands also became faster and faster. The failures continued. However, Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He remained in an expressionless state. His expression was calm as the seals in his hands changed. The illusory figures in front of him were blasted apart time and time again. Xiaoyan appeared to have entered another space as he repeated his soulless practice. On the other side, there was a person who looked exactly like him. The seals in Xiaoyan's hands were constantly changing. The seals in their hands were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, the seals in their hands were actually the 9-body transformation technique. The seals in their hands changed at the same time. However, Xiaoyan was always slower than the other person by a beat. Xiaoyan's finger moved at an extremely fast speed. Waves of energy ripples spread out from the moment his finger made contact, forming a dazzling water-like ripple in front of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's expression was calm. His eyes looked in front of him. At a glance, the person on the other side of Xiaoyan was also looking at him. As the 4 eyes met, the changing speed of the seals in Xiaoyan's hands involuntarily increased. In just a moment, he had already reached the same rhythm as the seals in the hands of the person on the other side. And just as Xiaoyan's hands changed the rhythm of the seals in the hands of the person, Xiaoyan, who had been calm and unperturbed, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. A bright light flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly widened. He spread open his right leg and abruptly took half a step to the right. The seal in his hand swiftly changed. After a short moment, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly brightened and he shouted, "Condense!" As soon as the word condense came out, the soul strength surrounding the extinguishing flame profound province quickly dispersed. The figure in front of Xiaoyan had already disappeared and was replaced by a soul shadow condensed from soul strength. As soon as the soul shadow condensed, Xiaoyan's figure, which seemed to be in a horse stance, suddenly stepped forward. At the same time, the seals in his hands flipped and he threw out a palm. He shouted, "Separate!" The soul shadow immediately dispersed, but unlike before, this time the soul shadow did not disappear between heaven and earth. Instead, it turned into a cloud of white mist and then dispersed, dividing into 9 clouds of white mist of the same size. Xiaoyan's thoughts moved and the 9 clouds of mist floated in front of Xiaoyan. Then, under Xiaoyan's somewhat surprised gaze, they condensed into 9 figures that were exactly the same as Xiaoyan. The 9 figures were extremely illusory. If one did not look carefully, they would have been ignored directly. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and let out a long breath. Although the 9 figures were not very solid, at least he had now completed the most difficult first step. As long as he completed this step, it was only a matter of time before he could cultivate the 9-body transformation technique to the peak. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The 9 avatars scattered in an invisible manner and returned to Xiaoyan's body. The reason why the avatars from earlier had emitted a sound when they disappeared was because Xiaoyan had not completely controlled them, resulting in an explosion. Compared to the current ease with which he could control them, that was purely an accident. "Hey, kid, not bad. You were able to enter the ethereal realm at that time. Kid, your luck is not bad." Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically when he heard this. An instant later, however, His face was a little depressed as he opened his mouth and said, Elder Gu, you didn't speak for such a long time. I thought you had fallen into a deep sleep. But when you suddenly spoke, it was really frightening. I finally managed to enter the ethereal realm, but when I woke up, I was scared to death by you. Hee hee. You've lived for so many years, and you've seen a lot of life and death. How can you be scared to death so easily? Besides, even if you really encounter any danger, even if I don't help you fight, can't I help you remind you? Xiaoyan nodded upon hearing this. He was just about to reply when Gu Yu opened his mouth again. Actually, I can't either. Xiaoyan spat out the air that he had just inhaled. He coughed a few times and said with an ugly expression, Can't I even help to sense danger? Of course you can. When the inheritor is chosen, the inheritor has 5 chances to ask for help from the spirit of strange fire. But you have already used them. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Used them? When did that happen? Why didn't he remember? Xiaoyan was still trying hard to recall when Gu Yu spoke again. Don't think about it. You used them when you asked me to help you check if there was anyone around in the desolate ancient forest. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed and his mouth opened slightly. Then he bit his lips with his teeth in disbelief. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. A long while later, Xiaoyan frowned and opened his mouth to ask. That's not right. Didn't you say there were 5 chances? But I only asked once. What about the other 4 times? Gu Yu smiled faintly and said, I forgot to tell you. The 5 of us old guys will each have 1 chance. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. The hope in his heart was once again shattered. He let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at the sky above his head. Looking at the color of the sky, it was about to turn dark. He had not eaten for a day. Xiaoyan closed his eyes and his spiritual strength spread out. A couple of breaths later, he opened his eyes. In front of him, there was a rabbit whose entire body was curled up. Xiaoyan lifted it in his hand and looked at this pitiful-looking rabbit. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself. Haha. This world follows the law of the jungle. If you don't fight for your own strength, you can't get anything. You can only be at the mercy of others. If you want to live, you have to kill others. This is the rule of the continent, the rule of the strong. Gu Yu sighed and said with emotion. Time flew by. It had already been 2 months since Xiaoyan had arrived in this world. The night sky was dotted with stars, making the whole sky look like a painting. In the desolate ancient forest, a bonfire was releasing a faint flame. The light of the flame shone, and the forest within 100 meters was covered with a thin layer of red gauze. Beside the bonfire, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged. Xiaoyan's eyes were closed. Between his eyebrows, the red and white lotus-shaped fire seal was faintly emitting a faint light. This silence only continued for a moment before Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp aura was emitted from his eyes, causing the leaves within a couple of dozen feet around Xiaoyan to move without any wind. The seals in Xiaoyan's hands changed. Spiritual strength surged out from between his eyebrows, slowly revolving and condensing around his body. A moment later, 9 figures that were exactly the same as Xiaoyan were seated cross-legged around Xiaoyan's body. Currently, the 9 avatars were already very different from when they had first appeared. There was a layer of faint invisible flame on the vortex within the bodies of the 9 avatars and on the surface of their bodies. It was repeatedly tempering these 9 avatars. That flame was the heavenly flame that had the greatest effect on spiritual strength, the fallen heart flame. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength surged out, continuously changing above Xiaoyan's head. In the end, it formed a couple of basketball-sized invisible spheres that floated above Xiaoyan's head. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. One heavy soul pearl after another smashed towards the 9 avatars. Although he had already refined 9 avatars, these 9 avatars were still too weak. He needed to first use some tempering methods to solidify the avatars. The most important thing was that Xiaoyan did not have any attribute spirit stones on him. He was unable to carve a chi method to allow the avatars to train on their own. For the 9 transformation body art, not being able to train on its own was no different from a soul puppet. Therefore, Xiaoyan could only use this period of time to solidify the avatars. Time passed. When the bonfire that illuminated the forest was extinguished, the stars in the sky disappeared. The land regained its light. A new day had once again descended upon the continent. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He glanced at the distance, at the shadows of the trees on the ground. He stood up and the 9 avatars around him disappeared. Xiao Yan's body flashed and only an extinguished bonfire remained in the forest. Chapter 39. Azure Sun City. Lu Family Estate. Lu Huabai and First Elder Lu Xinqing walked in the courtyard of the Lu family estate. The people who passed by all respectfully bowed when they saw them. The two of them smiled and nodded in response, then continued to walk forward. Looking at the direction, it was the courtyard that Xiao Yan lived in. After silently walking for a while, Lu Huabai saw that there were no people from the Lu family in the surroundings. He turned his head to look at First Elder Lu Xinqing, who was walking with his head lowered, and asked, "First Elder, have you really decided to give that thing to Senior Xiao Yan? But that thing is the most important thing to our Lu family." Hearing that, First Elder stopped and deeply breathed in, then slowly exhaled. He raised his head to look at Lu Huabai. His gaze wandered, but in the end he still deeply nodded and said, "Yes, I've decided. That thing should be given to Senior Xiao Yan. Our Lu family indeed doesn't have the qualifications to possess it anymore. If we forcefully keep it, sooner or later, it will bring disaster to our Lu family. It's better to give it to Senior Xiao Yan and let him increase his strength. Only in this way can our Lu family survive. After all, the only power that our Lu family can rely on and trust is Senior Xiao Yan." Speaking up to here, Lu Huabai's face also seemed a bit ugly, and his mood also seemed a bit downcast. A family actually couldn't even protect the most important thing to their family. If this were to spread out, wouldn't it become a joke? Lu Xinqing looked at Lu Huabai's somewhat downcast expression again and said, "Enough. Don't think too much about it. The most important thing to the family? The foundation for the rise of the family? My Lu family? My current Lu family? Do we have the qualifications? Let's not talk about whether or not there will be people who will come to steal it from us in the future. Even if no one comes to steal it, with the talent of the few juniors I left behind, do they have the ability to learn it? Why don't we give it to Senior Xiao Yan and build a good foundation for him? In the future, it will also be endlessly beneficial to our Lu family." Hearing that, Lu Huabai sighed and didn't speak anymore. The two of them walked together towards Xiao Yan's residence. At this moment, in Xiao Yan's bedroom, 10 figures were sitting cross-legged. One of them was particularly eye-catching because he was the only one among the 10 who was completely corporeal and had the aura of a human. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength surged out and once again agglomerated into a couple of heavy soul beads in the sky above his head. A thought passed through his mind and the heavy soul beads immediately flew down. They were divided into 9 waves and fell from the heads of each of the avatars. Each of the heavy soul pearls fell with great momentum, but they disappeared the moment they touched the 9 incarnations. The 9 avatars continued to tremble. Waves of gentle white light were emitted from the surface of their bodies. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. The expression on his face appeared to be a little uncomfortable. However, he once again relaxed and endured the pain. After a while, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing arrived in front of Xiao Yan's courtyard. The two of them looked at each other and stepped forward without hesitation. Lu Huabai looked at the door of the small courtyard and glanced at Lu Xinqing. He stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. However, Xiao Yan's voice sounded from inside the door. "Come in. I know you're here." Hearing that, Lu Huabai's eyes narrowed. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xinqing. However, he saw that Lu Xinqing had an indifferent expression. Lu Xinqing smiled at Lu Huabai and entered the small courtyard first. When Lu Xinqing and Lu Huabai entered the courtyard, Xiao Yan was already waiting in front of the stone table in the courtyard. The two of them walked up to Xiao Yan and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan waved his hand to dismiss them and indicated for them to sit in front of the stone table. Xiao Yan looked at the two of them and frowned. He asked, "Patriarch Lu and First Elder, is something the matter?" Lu Huabai looked at Lu Xinqing. However, Lu Xinqing stood up and looked at Xiao Yan. He flipped his palm and a silver-white scroll appeared in his hand. He extended his hands and placed them on the stone table in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw this. He raised his eyes to look at Lu Xinqing, but Lu Xinqing directly opened his mouth and said, "I believe that Senior already knows the name of my Lu clan's ancestor?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and took out a scroll. However, When he mentioned his Lu clan's ancestor, he frowned. His pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes widened. He raised his head and looked at Lu Xinqing. His eyes were filled with joy that could not be wiped away. That's right. This scroll is the sky extinction steps. Xiao Yan already had some guesses in his heart. When he heard Lu Xinqing's words, some excitement appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yan had a faint feeling in his heart that something would happen in the near future. However, with his current strength, it was likely that it would be extremely difficult for him to hide. Hence, he had put in so much effort to practice the 9 transformation body skill. However, with his speed, it was likely impossible to guarantee that he would be safe. However, at this moment, Lu Xinqing just happened to deliver the sky extinction steps. To Xiao Yan, this was equivalent to justice falling from the heavens and providing charcoal in snowy weather. How could Xiao Yan not be wild with joy? Lu Xinqing saw the joy that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. His eyebrows twitched slightly and some doubt appeared in his eyes. He nodded slightly and thought unnaturally in his heart. Don't tell me that this Xiao Yan also came to my Lu clan for the sky extinction steps? However, in the next moment, he smiled and threw away the thought in his heart. He saw Xiao Yan stand up and extend his hands in front of him. He cupped his hands toward the First Elder and said with a tone that carried gratitude, "Thank you, First Elder, for gifting me this sky extinction steps. Speaking of which, I have recently met with some trouble and urgently needed a set of agility do techniques to protect myself. This is great. This time around, the First Elder has indeed saved me from the abyss of suffering by gifting me this set of Lu clan's ancestors' famous agility do technique, the sky extinction steps. I will definitely thank you heavily." Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's faces were stunned. Originally, the two of them had thought that Xiao Yan knew about the matter of the sky extinction steps when they saw the surprised expression on his face. However, from the looks of it now, the two of them had really thought too much. In that case, the clan leader and I have helped Senior. This can be considered Senior's fortune. Since that is the case, Senior, please accept this sky extinction steps. The two of us will take our leave first. As they spoke, the two of them were about to turn around and leave. However, Xiao Yan was one step ahead of them and called out to stop them. His face had a joyous smile as he opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "Haha! The two of you have helped me so much today. How can I let the two of you leave empty-handed like this? These things are useless to me. Just treat it as a gift from me to the two of you." As Xiao Yan spoke, he waved his right sleeve. A white light flashed and Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing were immediately stunned. They saw that on the stone table in front of Xiao Yan, piles of medicinal pills and jade bottles were piled up like small hills. Many natural treasures were piled up as if they were free of charge. Among them, there was actually a furry little beast that looked like a fat cat. This caused Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's eyebrows to twitch slightly when they saw it. When the little beast saw the two of them, its huge eyes also focused and its pupils suddenly shrank. It raised its huge head and its throat moved. It was unknown what it had swallowed. The little beast turned around and saw a white-clothed youth behind it. It instantly became happy and jumped into Xiao Yan's arms. Xiao Yan also grinned and opened his mouth to speak to the little beast in his arms in a slightly apologetic manner. "Sorry, I forgot to take care of you for a while. You can stay here in the future. I have a lot of things to do, so I don't have time to take care of you." Hearing this, the little beast's huge head shook. Xiao Yan patted its head and smiled slightly. He placed it on the ground. The little beast looked at Xiao Yan eagerly. Its claws picked up an 8th-grade medicinal pill on the ground and swallowed it with a gulp. Xiao Yan ignored him. However, the corner of Lu Huabai's and Lu Xiancheng's eyes twitched when they saw this scene. A Tier 8 medicinal pill. They were naturally able to recognize it. That medicinal pill was also quite hot in their eyes when they saw it earlier. However, just now, the little guy in front of them actually swallowed it in one gulp. It had to be said that this was a waste of a heavenly treasure. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He didn't care about the expressions on the two's faces and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "You guys take these first. I'll go back to my room and refine some more for you guys. Also, as I said just now, because I've been busy, I'll leave this little guy in your care. However, please don't worry. I'll prepare the medicinal pills it eats for you guys." After speaking, Xiao Yan turned around and entered the room. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing only felt that the instant Xiao Yan entered the room and the wooden door closed, the world suddenly became hot and dry. It was as if it had turned into a furnace. Even the leaves of a green tree in the small courtyard were faintly yellow at this moment. Chapter 40. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's expressions were grave as they continuously released the dou qi within their bodies, doing their utmost to resist the external heat. But unfortunately, although their strength was extraordinary, the surging heat waves emitted from within the room were far from something they could withstand. The two of them sweated like rain, and every time their sweat dripped, it would instantly transform into nothingness. The two of them forcefully supported their bodies, their brows tightly knit together, their faces distorted, and they couldn't even make a sound. Suddenly, the surroundings became silent, and everything returned to normal. The two of them bent over with their hands on their knees as they struggled to move their dry throats and gasped for breath. Xiao Yan's slightly apologetic voice came from within the room, causing the corners of their mouths to involuntarily twitch. Haha, I'm sorry. I haven't refined pills for 10 years, and I couldn't control myself when I came here today. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing laughed dryly as they looked at each other. Actually, they could see some astonishment and helplessness in each other's eyes. Since their seniors had made a mistake, who wouldn't give them a chance? Within the room, Xiao Yan sat on the ground, and a crimson cauldron silently stood in front of him. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and with a flash of light, a large pile of heavenly and earthly treasures appeared within the room, and various spiritual medicines were casually thrown on the ground. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and several hundred spiritual medicines flew out from the pile of spiritual medicines. Xiao Yan's palm struck the cauldron in front of him, and a wave of clear sounds of metal striking metal sounded out. The cauldron lid opened, and several hundred spiritual medicines entered the cauldron. Xiao Yan's palm once again struck the cauldron's fire injection point. Boom! A muffled sound of a flame igniting resounded within the cauldron, and a ball of gorgeous flame endlessly surged within the cauldron. The essence of several hundred spiritual medicines was completely refined in an instant. Xiao Yan's 10 fingers moved in succession. As the heavenly flame surged, the refined spirit herbs in the medicinal cauldron kept changing and fusing. After a while, waves of medicinal fragrance spread out from the medicinal cauldron, lingering in Xiao Yan's bedroom. Then, it gradually spread out, filling the entire small courtyard. In the courtyard, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing both widened their eyes. A thick shock emerged from the bottom of their eyes. The two of them exchanged glances and saw some excitement in each other's eyes. Just by smelling the pill fragrance that was being emitted from the room, the two of them were certain that the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan was currently refining were at least tier 8. From the meaning of Xiao Yan's words earlier, it was likely that the number of medicinal pills that he was refining was quite high. Xiao Yan was raising the overall strength of the Lu family in the name of gratitude. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing looked at each other again and frowned. Looks like Senior Xiao Yan is about to leave. Otherwise, he would not have given us so many things. Lu Xinqing nodded slightly. His tone carried some reluctance as he sighed softly. When Lu Huabai heard this, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. He opened his mouth and said to Lu Xinqing, "All right, it's fine. That's enough. How can our Lu clan bind him forever? The Heavenly Thunder Oath is only a guarantee. As long as Senior has the heart to protect our Lu clan, that's enough. Heh. Our Lu clan is still too weak." The two of them smiled at each other and did not say anything else. They sat by the stone table and quietly waited. The medicinal fragrance spread out like fog. The entire small courtyard was covered by this fog. The fog was so thick that it even caused people to be unable to clearly see things within 30 feet. However, the two of them continued to quietly sit by the stone table in the small courtyard. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had already passed since Xiao Yan entered the room. During this period of time, the world was completely calm. However, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He felt that it was very strange because he did not receive any pill lightning. Strange. Why are these grade 8 medicinal pills unable to attract the lightning tribulation? It seems like there are many differences in this world as well. Xiao Yan sighed slightly. After which, he stood up and waved his large sleeve. He kept all the medicinal pills that he had just refined into a jade bottle. The seals in his hands changed. As the seals in Xiao Yan's hands continuously changed, all the medicinal fragrance within the room and the small courtyard began to unceasingly churn at this moment and gather towards the room. The seals in Xiao Yan's hands condensed. All the fog in the room began to condense. In merely a few breaths, It had already condensed into a huge white dragon. The seals in Xiao Yan's hands changed once again. The huge dragon also soared and continuously soared above Xiao Yan's room. This is Pill transforming into a dragon. Seeing this, Lu Xinqing's eyes were filled with shock. Pill transforming into a dragon. That was something that could only be condensed when a medicinal pill was of the highest quality. However, at this moment, looking at the size of the dragon and the pure pill aura on its body, it was likely that the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had refined this time were all of the highest quality. When the two of them saw this, they looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them flew out of the small courtyard. With a flip of their hand seals, a curtain of light spread out between the heavens and the earth, enveloping the entire small courtyard. The two of them landed and stood at the entrance of Xiao Yan's small courtyard. They blocked the door and chased away the people who had come to watch. They did not allow anyone to take a step closer. Those people who had come to watch the divine dragon all curled their lips and resentfully left. After a moment, the wooden door opened. A white-clothed figure walked out from the door. Seeing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing hurriedly bowed. Xiao Yan waved his hand and allowed them to enter the small courtyard. Xiao Yan sat in front of the stone table. With a wave of his big sleeve, a large pile of jade bottles flew out and piled up into a small mountain in front of the three of them. Xiao Yan looked at the two of them and said, "There are a total of 13,400 medicinal pills here. Among them, 6,300 are 7th-grade medicinal pills, 400 are 6th-grade medicinal pills, and the rest are 8th-grade medicinal pills." After saying this, Xiao Yan took off the storage ring on his hand and said to Lu Huabai, "The storage ring is filled with 8th-grade medicinal pills for this little fellow to eat. Remember, don't try to snatch these medicinal pills from it. I won't care, but if any of you really try to snatch them from it, you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing frowned. However, they did not say anything. After all, it was a senior who had spoken. They just had to listen carefully. If one day they really accidentally offended this senior, then they could only bear the consequences themselves. "Okay, you guys take these medicinal pills back first. Before I leave, I'll give this storage ring and the little fellow to you." After saying this, he threw the storage ring in his hand to the little beast and was about to turn around and return to the room to continue cultivating. Seeing this, Lu Xinqing frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but speak. "Senior, please wait. Junior feels that there are some things that should be made clear to you. Otherwise, if you go out like this, I'm afraid that my Lu clan will harm you. If that's the case, wouldn't my Lu clan become a sinner for all eternity?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xinqing. Seeing the latter's sincere expression, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Looks like this Sky Absolute Steps also has some secrets. Then this is interesting. Let's listen to it. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Yan once again sat beside the stone table and indicated for Lu Xinqing and Lu Huabai to sit down. Lu Xinqing also knew Xiao Yan's intention and was not overcautious. The two of them sat beside the stone table. Lu Xinqing did not dawdle and directly opened his mouth to speak. An afternoon passed just like this. After sending off Lu Xinqing and Lu Huabai, Xiao Yan also understood some of the secrets of the Sky Absolute Steps. Of course, to Xiao Yan, it might be a secret. However, to the people of the Western region, they were only waiting. Waiting for the appearance of the Sky Absolute Steps. Waiting for a great opportunity. Xiao Yan found out from Lu Xinqing that the Sky Absolute Steps was one of the 3 famous Do skills of an ancient almighty in the Western region, Tianju Shangren. It possessed supreme power. Tianju Shangren was once famous in the Western region. He made his debut 5,000 years ago and used only 1,000 years to transform into a Do D. After that, he continuously made breakthroughs in the following 100 years and became an origin transformation expert. However, ever since then, he disappeared without a trace. There was no news of him at all. Only his 3 famous Do skills were left behind. The 3 Do skills were all human-rank Do skills. However, they were all top-tier Do skills. They were respectively Sky Absolute Palm, Sky Absolute Finger and Sky Absolute Steps. Among them, the Sky Absolute Palm was said to be able to cover the heavens and earth with one palm. It was said to be the most powerful Do skill among the 3. Next was the Sky Absolute Finger. The Sky Absolute Finger was known for its ruthlessness. It was said to be able to destroy 10,000 souls with one finger and shatter immortal souls with one finger. Finally, there was the Sky Absolute Steps. Although the Sky Absolute Steps was a human-rank Do skill, its true power was unknown and unattainable. Even Jianghu was unable to guess its true power. The Sky Absolute Steps, the highest realm of the Sky Absolute Steps, was to walk through the heavens and earth as if walking through the endless void. The three Do skills of Jianghu were the greatest treasures of the western region. They were the method to open the cave that Jianghu had left behind. Only the three Sky Absolute skills could open the Jianghu tomb. Chapter 41. Jianghu's cave had always been a secret, and no one knew about it. But since 1,500 years ago, someone accidentally found the Jianghu stone tablet, which was left behind by Jianghu, and found out about the secret. Therefore, the southwest region began to be turbulent. Chaoyang sect, one of the 5 major sects in the southwest region, was annihilated by the other 4 major sects because their vice-sect leader Lu Feng had mastered one of Jianghu's 3 ultimate skills, the Jianghu step. Since then, Chaoyang sect became the history of the southwest region. However, Chaoyang sect was not completely annihilated, and the 4 major sects did not get the Jianghu step in the end. This was because Lu Feng's family, the #1 family power in the Chaoyang sect, managed to escape from the sect with the Sky Extinction step under Lu Feng's desperate cover. However, from now on, they could only live a life of being uprooted and homeless. Lu family escaped, and the Jianghu step was nowhere to be found. The 4 major sects were infuriated, and sent out most of their manpower to search everywhere. They also annihilated several families that were on good terms with Lu family, but in the end, they still could not find them. Lu Feng did not die at that time, but he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Death was only a matter of time. Lu Feng also left behind the golden tablet and the scroll in Xiaoyan's hand, the Jianghu step, at the moment when he was on the verge of death. They were waiting for the Lu clan to produce another genius who could cultivate the Heaven Annihilation step to greater mastery, so that the Lu clan could have a place in the southwest region. Unfortunately, the Lu clan's descendants were ignorant and had wasted this golden plaque. Although they had discovered it now, the limbs of the 4 great sects had already extended here. If the Lu clan wanted to forcefully rise up, it was completely impossible without relying on external forces. At this point, Xiaoyan also knew the real reason why Lu Xinqing gave him the Jianghu step. He wanted to be on good terms with Xiaoyan, and also wanted to tie Xiaoyan and his Lu family closer together. However, this was not important to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan would definitely protect the Lu family. Lu Xinqing's action was equivalent to an unnecessary action for Xiaoyan. The next morning, Xiaoyan woke up from his cultivation and walked out of his room. He raised his head and looked at the eastern horizon. Over there was a trace of morning light, telling the world that today was a new day, and there was another new day. Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the small courtyard and into the Lu estate. Along the way, when the Lu family's members saw Xiaoyan, they all had a respectful expression and cupped their hands toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan returned their greetings with a smile and slowly walked past them. In the Lu family's great meeting hall, Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, was having a morning meeting with Lu Xinqing and the other elders of the Lu family. However, a guard suddenly came in from outside the hall to report that Xiaoyan had already arrived in front of the hall. The expressions of Lu Huabai, Lu Xinqing, and the others went slightly pale when they heard this, and they successively stood up and ran out of the hall. When they passed by the guard of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai even fiercely glared at him, causing the guard to have an embarrassed and rather helpless expression. Senior has arrived so early in the morning. Junior has failed to welcome you. I hope Senior can forgive me. Lu Huabai walked forward with large strides and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He led the elders of the Lu family and cupped their hands towards Xiaoyan as they bowed. Xiaoyan faintly smiled and told them to dispense with the formalities. Then he looked at Lu Huabai with a gentle smile and said, Patriarch Lu, ever since I came to the Azure Sun City, I have been causing trouble for the Lu family for many days. I have some matters to attend to recently, so it is inconvenient for me to stay any longer. I will leave today, and I will come back when I have time in the future. When Lu Huabai and the others heard this, their expressions slightly changed. They looked at each other, and then looked at Xiaoyan together. Lu Huabai couldn't help but ask, Senior, you're leaving now? Xiaoyan looked at Lu Huabai's reluctant expression, but he still smiled and nodded, saying, I have some matters to attend to. Moreover, There might be a big battle with someone in the near future. So, if I continue to stay in the Lu family, it will only harm you. So, I plan to leave in a few days. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve again, and a furry little beast that looked like a cat appeared in front of everyone. There was even a storage ring around its neck. Xiaoyan looked at the little beast and continued to speak to Lu Huabai. Just like what I said yesterday, I will leave this little fellow in your Lu family for now. When I have time in the future, I will naturally bring it back. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing both nodded. The other elders slightly raised their eyebrows, but they didn't say anything. After Xiaoyan finished explaining some matters, he turned around and walked out of the Lu mansion. Lu Huabai and the others also hurriedly followed and sent Xiaoyan out of the Lu family. On the street, Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the city. As he sensed the noise on the street, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a comfortable smile. It had really been a long time since he had felt such a calm feeling and the noise of the city. Xiaoyan walked on the street with a relaxed expression. As he walked, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He raised his eyes and looked around. He had actually walked into the slums. He didn't care. After all, he only planned to wander around the city before leaving. Xiaoyan walked all the way into the depths of the slums. After walking for a long time, Xiaoyan finally stopped. His eyes looked around as if he was searching for something. The surroundings were silent, but Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. His body moved, and he disappeared from where he stood. In a small dilapidated courtyard, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Among them, one of the men was lying on the ground. A blade made of fine steel fell to the side. The man's aura was completely gone, and there wasn't a trace of blood on his body. Looking at his face, it was purplish black, and his eyes were rolled up. It was obvious that he had been poisoned to death. As for the other 2 men, they were dressed in black warrior attire and held steel blades in their hands. Their backs were facing the dilapidated wooden door of the small courtyard. Their bodies were slightly trembling, and their eyes could not help but look at their dead companion. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of them, a girl wearing white clothes with a delicate face was retreating step by step. Her eyes carefully glanced at the house behind her. Step by step, she carefully retreated. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Suddenly, one of the 2 men winked at the other. The other man frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his head to look at the little girl and said, "Humph! Little girl, your ability isn't small. Unfortunately, even if you don't die today, you must leave Qingyang City. Otherwise, when the Lord comes, it will be too late for you to regret. So, you better make a choice quickly. Either you die, or you leave Qingyang City quickly and never come back." Hearing this, the little girl's face instantly turned pale. Her body also trembled a little. Her eyes quickly reddened, and drops of hot tears immediately flowed out. However, her mouth still stubbornly cried, "No! This is my home. Grandma and the others are all dead. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave." As the little girl cried, a purplish-black fog quickly surged out from her body and enveloped the 2 men. Just by looking at the color of the fog, one could tell that it was definitely highly toxic. Seeing this, the 2 men's faces instantly changed. The dou qi in their bodies quickly surged out, forming an energy shield in front of them. Their figures quickly retreated, escaping from the small courtyard. It was already too late. The path of retreat was already blocked by the purplish-black fog. Escaping was already impossible. The 2 men's faces were anxious. The dou qi light shield wouldn't last for long. If they couldn't charge out of the purplish-black fog before the dou qi light shield broke, then the 2 of them would definitely die. After all, no strong person would be willing to come to this slum area. Pang! A muffled sound rang out all around them. The 2 men didn't know where the sound came from, but the 2 of them felt that the purplish-black fog that was constantly eroding the shield was slowly dispersing. The 2 men's eyes brightened. Their faces revealed a trace of joy. From this, it was obvious that someone had subdued the little girl. The 2 men looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with life. As the poison fog dispersed, 2 figures appeared. A white-robed man stood in front of the little girl with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, the little girl's face was filled with tears. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Her head of black hair fluttered in the wind. At a glance, She was extremely pitiful. Xiaoyan faintly smiled and bent down to look at the little girl. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Xiaoyan reached out with his hand, wanting to brush away the strands of hair on the little girl's face. The little girl shrank back in fear. Xiaoyan looked at the little girl's slightly fearful eyes and a warm smile appeared on his face. He softly said, "Little girl, don't worry. I won't harm you. What's your name?" Hearing this, the little girl still shrank back a little. Then she opened her mouth and asked, "I'm called Lien. You wouldn't be the strong person that they were talking about and have come to kill me, right?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan's face was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched. "My luck is so bad. They just started talking about me and I'm already here." After calming himself down, Xiaoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I have nothing to do with them. I won't harm you. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. I just hope that you can come with me." Chapter 42. Lien Er's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She took a small step back and looked at Xiaoyan with vigilance. This also made Xiaoyan feel rather embarrassed. Xiaoyan's thoughts flew as he reorganized his words. Only then did he speak again. "Of course, when I said leave, I didn't mean leaving Qingyang City. You will still stay in Qingyang City in the future. Moreover, I promise that you will never hurt innocent people again." The moment Xiaoyan said this, the little girl's eyes lit up and revealed a trace of joy. Her mouth also bloomed into a cute smile, causing Xiaoyan to also smile slightly. "Is what you said true? Lien Er will never hurt anyone again?" Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. He said to Lien Er, "Yes, I will cure your illness. Yes, Big Brother will cure your illness. Moreover, I will bring you a sister who has this illness to be your master. That sister is Big Brother's friend. Master will treat Lien Er very well and can make Lien Er very powerful." Lien Er's face was full of joy when she heard this. From the moment Xiaoyan made a move and disintegrated her poisonous fog, she had already determined that Xiaoyan was a very powerful expert. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, she was even more certain in her heart. After all, experts had very high standards. Generally, experts would choose their own disciples. There were also many experts who liked to dig for treasures in the secular world. It was not uncommon for them to find a talented disciple. Therefore, when Lien Er heard that Xiaoyan was going to find her a master, she was even more overjoyed. With a master, she would no longer have to be afraid in the future. She would also become an expert and no one would dare to bully her. Therefore, after Lien Er said a few words to Xiaoyan, she was extremely excited and wanted to leave with Xiaoyan. In any case, as long as she was in Qingyang City, it didn't matter whether she had a master or not. After all, as long as she followed Xiaoyan, she would be very safe. With this, Xiaoyan and the little girl left this place happily. The little girl was naively thinking that she could safely stay in Qingyang City and not hurt anyone. She could also have a very powerful master to protect her. As for Xiaoyan, how could he not be happy? He had finally found a disciple with the woeful poison body. It could be said that he had found a disciple for the fairy doctor. How could he not be happy? How could he not think for her? That's right, the woeful poison body. This was the third time Xiaoyan had seen the woeful poison body. The first time was naturally the little fairy doctor, who had spent a great deal of effort to finally control the woeful poison body, although it was a man-made woeful poison body, if it was allowed to mature. Thus, when Xiaoyan saw the Ice River Valley's Valley Master, Bing he could be considered to have seen the woeful poison body once. As for the Lien Er he saw this time, she also had a pure woeful poison body. However, the current Lien Er's body was still in its initial stage. There was still quite a long way to go before it truly matured. Thus, Xiaoyan wanted to protect Lien Er while she was still in her initial stage. On one hand, he wanted to prevent her from hurting others. On the other hand, he wanted to protect her so that the fairy doctor could have a satisfactory disciple. In this way, he could have the best of both worlds. Xiaoyan led Lien Er. Along the way, Lien Er hid behind Xiaoyan and followed closely. It was as though she was afraid that others would see her. Xiaoyan also repeatedly comforted Lien Er along the way, telling her not to be afraid. This caused Lien Er to become even closer to Xiaoyan. Not long after, the two of them, one big and one small, arrived in front of the Lu clan's mansion. When the two guards saw that Xiaoyan had returned, One of them immediately ran into the Lu clan's mansion to call Lu Huabai and the others. The other guard arrived in front of Xiaoyan and bowed. He glanced at Lian before leading Xiaoyan and Lian into the Lu clan's mansion. A moment later, the head of the Lu clan, Lu Huabai, Lu Xinqing, and the other elders of the Lu clan arrived in front of Xiaoyan with smiles on their faces. They bowed to Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan had returned, everyone thought that he would stay for a while longer. Unexpectedly, as soon as they met, Xiaoyan explained the purpose of his return. Xiaoyan looked at the surprised gazes of Lu Huabai and the others and smiled. However, he shook his head slightly and said, "This time I came here to stay. I don't plan to stay in the Lu clan for a while longer. Instead, I want you to help me with something." Lu Huabai and the others raised their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. They looked at each other and glanced at Xiaoyan, who had a calm expression and did not have the slightest intention of persuading him to stay. Lu Xinqing was the first to speak. He looked at Xiaoyan and asked, "I wonder what senior needs our Lu clan's help with? If it is possible, our Lu clan will definitely do our best to help senior." Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal." Xiaoyan had a smile on his face. He looked at Lian who was grabbing his sleeve, and then looked at Lu Xinqing and said, "It's just that after I left, I found this little girl. I see that her physique is not bad and her talent is extraordinary. Coincidentally, I have a good friend who was similar to her when he was young. Therefore, I helped him reserve this disciple. However, I still can't find my good friend, and I might have some trouble in the near future. Therefore, I want to entrust this disciple to the Lu clan first." The faces of Lu Huabai and the others twitched when they heard this. He went out for a trip and brought back a disciple with extraordinary talent. If his eyesight was not too good, then his eyesight was too low. However, seeing Xiaoyan's strength, his eyesight was naturally not low. Then, wouldn't this disciple that he found for his good friend already have a bright future? If the Lu family could be on good terms with her and get on the good side of this little girl's future master, then wouldn't the rise of the Lu family be inevitable? Moreover, Xiaoyan had personally sent her over. Was that not intentional? A glint flashed across Lu Xinqing's eyes. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with gratitude. Now, Xiaoyan had given this great opportunity to the Lu clan. How could he not cherish it? Lu Xinqing looked at Lian, who was standing beside Xiaoyan, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face, making others feel that he was very kind. Xiaoyan smiled when he saw this. He looked at the timid Lian and then looked at Lu Huabai. After a few simple words, Lu Huabai dismissed all the elders, leaving only First Elder Lu Xinqing behind. Then, he and Xiaoyan's group entered the meeting hall together. A moment later, a young man jogged into the hall. Lu Xiang's eyes were tightly shut. Xiaoyan's finger pointed at the spot between Lu Xiang's eyebrows. A light flashed and Lu Xiang's entire body trembled intensely. A few breaths later, Lu Xiang slowly opened his eyes and nodded at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked at Lu Huabai and the other two and solemnly opened his mouth. "I hope that only the three of you know about this. In the future, if Lian needs anything, I'll leave it to the three of you." The three of them nodded heavily. Xiaoyan looked at Lian and pointed at Lian's forehead with two fingers. Lian shrunk her head back in fear, but she didn't dodge. Xiaoyan smiled and withdrew his fingers. A flame flashed and a lotus-shaped fire seal appeared on Lian's forehead, just like the one on Xiaoyan's forehead. Lian frowned and reached out to touch the slightly warm fire seal. She curled her lips and didn't say anything. Xiaoyan once again turned his head to look at Lu Huabai and the other two. This was especially the case for Lu Xiang. After a while he said, "I'm sure you've already heard about Lian's matter through my voice transmission." Hearing this, the three of them nodded their heads in unison. Seeing this, Xiaoyan continued. "Then, you've all understood the sealing method?" The three of them nodded again. Lu Xinqing smiled and said, "Haha, if we don't even know how to use senior's guidance, then we've really lived in vain." Everyone laughed again when they heard this. Xiaoyan looked at Lu Xiang and continued, "Among the three of you, Lu Xiang, you're the most trusted. Among the three of you, I am more at ease with clan head Lu and the great elder. Only you, Lu Xiang, you are the youngest. When Lian erupts, you might not be able to control yourself. Hence, I have left my fire god seal in Lian's body. It is enough to completely suppress the poisonous fog in Lian Er's body. Hence, you can rest assured that nothing will happen to you. Lu Xiang's expression changed slightly when he heard this, but in the end, he nodded with a determined expression. Xiaoyan smiled in satisfaction and then walked out of the hall. Chapter 43. When Lu Huabai and the others saw Xiaoyan walking out of the main hall, they looked at each other and frowned. Then they followed him. Xiaoyan walked out of the main hall and turned around to look at the people who followed him. He smiled and waited for them to walk in front of him before he said, "Since you helped me take care of Lian, I'll leave you some things as a reward for taking care of Lian, As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lu Xinqing and the others to react. He moved and headed towards the Lu family's 1 million #small. As he spoke, he flew away. When Lu Huabai and the others saw this, they asked Lu Xianxia to stay behind to take care of Lian, The two of them quickly followed. After a while, Xiaoyan and Lu Huabai arrived at the Lu family's 1 million #small. As he spoke, Xiaoyan stepped forward and arrived in front of the golden plaque again. Now, the golden plaque had become the Lu family's most important cultivation secret technique. This was because there was a wisp of the soul imprint of an ancient sage in the golden plaque. At least, Lu Huabai told the family members this way. He didn't want the matter of ancestor Lu Feng to be spread everywhere. If that happened, it wouldn't benefit the Lu family at all. Because of Lu Huabai, the Lu family members also knew the purpose of the golden plaque. Its purpose was to let the outstanding juniors of the Lu family come here to comprehend and improve their strength. After Lu Huabai informed the Lu clan immediately understood that strength was the foundation of a clan. The rise and fall of a clan was based on strength. If a clan had strength, it could flourish. If it didn't, it would definitely perish. The family's strength originally came from the juniors. However, the Lu family hadn't prospered for so many years mainly because the juniors were too weak. Now that there was such an opportunity, the Lu family members were naturally excited. Therefore, the family's 1 million #small. As a result, it became the place that all the juniors of the Lu family yearned for. This wasn't because the golden plaque was in the million #small. It was because every person who entered the million #small for the first time, regardless of their strength, all of the clan's disciples were allowed to meditate in front of the golden plaque for an hour. When the news spread, the entire clan was shocked. All of the younger generation of the clan were incomparably agitated. Every single one of them would be cooped up in their rooms every day, constantly cultivating, neglecting sleep and food, just so that they could reach the level of strength as soon as possible and have the ability to enter Tibet. The opportunity to speak. As a result, the overall strength of the Lu clan rose by a large margin in a short period of time, causing the entire Qingyang city to look at them in a new light. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan and the other two, there were many Lu clan's juniors hiding millions of #. He said that there was a constant flow of people going in and out. In front of the golden signboard, there was a long line of people waiting for the person on the golden signboard to leave. Xiaoyan smiled. Only in this way would it resemble the appearance of a clan working together to advance. Only such a clan would be able to rise in this chaotic continent in one go. Xiaoyan smiled, and Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, who were beside him, also laughed heartily. How could the higher-ups of the clan not be happy with such a scene in the clan? In their hands, the clan was heading towards prosperity, and this was the happiest thing in their hearts. After all, as long as they were the head of the clan, they would think so. When they laughed, quite a few of the Lu clan's disciples cast their gazes over. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly bowed respectfully to Xiaoyan and the other two. The three of them casually waved their hands and stood in front of the million #small. Speaking of before, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing saw that Xiaoyan had been standing in front of the golden plaque, and the two of them were deep in thought. After a moment, Lu Huabai took a few steps forward, came to Xiaoyan's side, and asked, "Senior Xiaoyan, are you planning to use this golden plaque? If so, I'll make these little guys move aside right now and let you use it first." Before he finished speaking, he had already walked forward. Xiaoyan hurriedly pulled him back, then helplessly smiled at Lu Huabai and said, "I say, no matter what, you're still the head of a clan. Why do you act like a child when you do things? You didn't see that the person who's currently comprehending has already reached a critical moment. If his luck isn't bad, he should be able to break through on the spot. If you go over and wake him up now, I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through. Instead, his strength will decrease due to the backlash. At that time, I'll see how your clan will explain it to him." Hearing this, Lu Huabai awkwardly smiled. If it really reached that point, he couldn't tell others that Senior Xiaoyan was going to use the golden plaque, right? If that was the case, then he would really be finished. Thinking up to here, Lu Huabai's face once again revealed an embarrassed smile. He didn't speak anymore and quietly waited on the spot. Time slowly passed. Under these respectful gazes, 8 hours quietly flowed by. Lu Huabai finally found the opportunity that he had been waiting for. The people in front of the golden signboard dispersed and respectfully opened a path for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled and slowly walked forward. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in front of the golden plaque. Looking at the golden plaque in front of him, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a slight smile. He lightly raised his palm and then placed it on the golden plaque. A burst of golden light flashed. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength once again appeared in that world. Xiaoyan looked over. It was still the same wilderness. Mountains towered in all directions, birds and beasts flew freely, and forests were densely covered. But what was different from the past was that those scenes were too illusory, causing people to be unable to see clearly. Was it real or an illusion? Everything made people feel confused and illusory. Why are you here again? Don't tell me you're just here to chat with me. As Xiaoyan looked around, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoyan wasn't surprised. He slowly withdrew his gaze and turned around to look behind him. A middle-aged man was impressively standing there. This person was Lu Feng. Xiaoyan looked at him and smiled. After a while he opened his mouth and said, "You should be able to guess why I'm looking for you, right?" Hearing this, Lu Feng slightly frowned. After a moment of silence, he faintly asked, "You're leaving?" Xiaoyan smiled and didn't say anything. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. After a while, Lu Feng sighed and slowly said, "You're really leaving? So soon?" This time, Xiaoyan nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he still opened his mouth and said, "Originally, I also wanted to stay for a while, but unfortunately, if I stay any longer, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to your Lu family. So, I think it's better for me to leave first. At the same time, I'll accomplish my goal in the near future." Hearing this, Lu Feng's relaxed brows frowned again. He looked at Xiaoyan and said with some anger, "As the future guardian of my Lu family, you actually cause trouble everywhere. It's really the style of a junior. It's a shame for your strength." Hearing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips and ignored him. Then his face became serious and said, "Okay, I won't joke with you. Now, I'll help you stabilize this space and leave my spiritual imprint. Take it as a reward for your juniors to take care of the little girl for me. Also, take it as my compensation to you." Hearing this, Lu Feng raised his brows slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Xiaoyan had already moved. The seals in his hands changed. Streams of light blasted out and merged into the sky, disappearing as if everything just now was an illusion. Seeing this, Lu Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really not polite. He treats this place as his own home. Lu Feng helplessly curled his lips. His figure flashed and gradually disappeared into the space. Seeing this, Xiaoyan ignored him. The seals in his hands continued to change. Streams of light continued to dance, shooting into the ground or mountains, spreading out waves of ripples and then disappearing. Xiaoyan withdrew his hand a long while later. His face was filled with a faint smile as he looked at the real world around him. Lu Feng once again revealed his body. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at Lu Feng and raised his eyebrows. Lu Feng curled his mouth and ignored him. Xiaoyan's body descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Xiaoyan found an enormous mountain rock. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength surged out like floodwater. In merely an instant, the entire mountain rock had become filled with a gentle glow. Xiaoyan let out a long breath. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled. His figure flashed and disappeared from this world. In the outside world, Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing hurriedly came forward to greet Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan turned his head and smiled at Lu Huabai. "I just left a soul mark on this golden plaque for your Lu family's descendants to comprehend. This way, the cultivation of your Lu family's descendants should increase a lot faster." Hearing this, Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They all bowed to Xiao Yan to express their gratitude. Xiao Yan smiled back at them. After that, Xiao Yan saw Lianer and the little beast that came with Xiao Yan when it heard that he had returned. Seeing the little beast, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. He bent over and hugged it. He lowered his head slightly and muttered something. No one knew what he was saying, but the little beast kept nodding its head. This made everyone click their tongues. After Xiao Yan finished speaking to the little beast, he turned his head to look at Lu Huabai and the others. He said a few words and turned to leave the Lu family's residence, leaving behind the Lu family members.